Umela. Avukeni. Nda. Welcome, colleagues. Welcome to the College of Education's Research and Innovation Symposium. Before I say anything else, let me recognize our deanery, our college management. Let me start with welcoming our Executive Dean, Professor Markwe. In absentia, I think, because I don't see them here, our Deputy Dean, Professor Soronto, and our two respective school directors, Professors Tabani and Professor Mudar. Colleagues, for those of you who don't know me, I am Donovan Peterson. I was told this morning, I was held captive to say, if you don't mention the Educational Foundations Department, you'll be in trouble. So COD, Dr. Ngoveni, let me recognize you as well from the Education Foundation Department and my colleagues here as well. To those who are not from our bounds, from the College of Education, a special welcome to you and those who are also on the online platform. Colleagues, as I said, this week marks the Research and Innovation Week. And as the College of Education, we want to celebrate, we want to engage, and we want to reflect on research this morning. And as you see there on the program, the theme for today's symposium is Growing Excellence in Teaching, Learning, and Research in Open Distance and E-Learning. And then the subtitle there is Learning Analytics and Postgraduate Research. And that's literally what we are going to look at. We are going to zoom into two areas, namely the one, Learning Analytics. And then in our second session later in the day, we'll deal with postgraduate research in the ODEL environment. Before I give to our Executive Dean, Professor Markwe, I wondered if you heard a story, and it's a common story, of a guy who went to prison. Now, don't ask me why he went to prison, but the story goes that he goes to prison, and eventually he served his time, and he was now released. He was now set free. And as he sort of maneuvered and went about in the streets of his city, he realized that people were talking to each other. He realized that maybe they are mad or something. Maybe they are not well. But what he didn't realize is that his release came at the advent of earphones, of iPods, of all these innovative, technological advanced, hearing aids is probably not a good word to use, but the things that help you understand people from a different perspective, or how they can relate to you from wherever they find themselves. And if one were to juxtapose that story with what we're trying to do today, I want to say that I hope we won't be mad men and mad women this morning. But I'm hoping that you will enjoy the symposium so that we are able to talk to each other, to engage with one another, and to reflect on this thing called research. And so, without further ado, let me then welcome our Executive Dean, Professor Markwe, to do a welcome address. Let's put our hands together.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's better. I know it's a cold day today, and thank you so much, colleagues, for gathering here, coming together, and let's talk research. You know, usually we do research, but we don't talk research. So I think it's time that we gather together and discuss issues of research. And I was just asking Prof. Ngubane how long ago the Research and Innovation Week started, and she told me that it started before I even finished my PhD. So we counted backwards. I still remember when it started. It was around 2012, I think, and it was started by Professor Pakeng. And Prof. Pakeng was driven by the need of the university to become a research university. And by becoming a research university, it was also important for us to gather together and talk about our projects, the work that we are doing, and how we are doing it. And today, and I remember even back then, we had different days for different colleges. So every college will have their own day to showcase the type of work that they are doing. And open distance learning, because as the identity of the university, we always had a special day that has been earmarked or set aside for us to deal with open distance learning matters. So as we have seen that the open distance learning and the whole issue of COVID has brought to the fore the issue of the importance of open education. I just came back from a conference in Nigeria, on Sunday. And they started the new national Open Distance Learning Association. And it was interesting that there was a time when Nigeria didn't want anything to do with distance education. And Nigerian Open University, when it started, there was a lot of pushback. And it's only really in South Africa where open distance learning is taken very seriously, and we don't have issues with it. But you go into the continent, many people are still questioning it. Many people are still not sure how you can teach people without seeing them and looking at them. So having worked in many parts of the continent during that period, and trying to convince them that this is the way to go, it was really a proud moment for me, because I have seen it happening and things changing. And in August, I'm going to Kenya, where they are starting an association for East Africa of distance education. And I'm like, oh, now we are moving along, because for a longest time, it was not happening. And even at the time when I was assisting many countries to develop policies on open distance learning and e-learning and online learning, all those things, still they were not convinced until COVID hit. In one of the conferences that I went to last year, one of the BC that I went to his university to help them with online teaching and learning, they came on stage and said, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have succeeded during COVID. And because they had the policy that assisted them, then they had to share with all other universities around the country for them to ensure that the teaching and learning takes place. So we are at that pinnacle of ensuring that teaching and learning is happening. And now I know a lot of people come to UNISA just to find out how it's done. In Nigeria now they have 5 open universities, and 5 years or even 3 years ago, they only had 1. And now they have 5, with a lot of all other universities that had distance education institution. So we are really trailblazers in this space, and not only that, and because we're trailblazers in this space, we need to be also trailblazers in research, in teaching and learning, and research in open and distance learning. The research in open and distance learning really include the issues of research, and includes the issues of policy, it includes the issues of management, it includes a variety of issues. So it is about us. it is one area where when we talk about our identity, we talk about the research in that space. So colleagues, it's really a proud moment for me when I see the ripple effect that, we started here at home more than 150 years ago, and being questioned in other parts of the world, and now becoming the thing in every part of the world. So it is especially in the continent. So I'm quite happy about how far we have come. Even when Prof. Pakin started this program of Research and Innovation Week in 2012, and Prof. Meyiwa continued with it. So year in, year out, we meet just to talk about research, talk about certain areas. And this year, I'm really happy that we are also talking about postgraduate research, because unless we grow other people to become the researchers that we want, we will not be able to move. As much as this particular area has been around for a long time, it really didn't start catching on until maybe the early 80s early 80s, and it just went very high up during COVID. So it's important for us to be trailblazers. It's important for us to be leaders. But above all, we need to ensure that there are other people that we are bringing up who are going to be talking about this area, and not only talking, but who are doing proper research. We know that I see gurus of learning analytics, Bontaten Zimande here, are going to talk about all these things in this area. Welcome Taten Zimande, who has been helping us with Power BI. I rely so much on that, because I cannot rely on us writing down how many people are here. So I can ask information on how many people are in KZN, which area of KZN are they in, and how do we reach them. We are working on a project on student retention. So it's important to know where these people are coming from, because we cannot do that without understanding that. So Bontaten Zimande with their learning analytics and Power BI is really assisting us a great deal, and I hope all of us in this room are using it. And you can even do research on it, because you can use pull that data and check if you can do certain things differently based on just that data. So it's so much data based on learning analytics that can help you to support your students, to retain them, to ensure that they do the work that they need to do. You know what, when I get into these spaces, I talk a lot. Because it's an area that I like. So my role really is to welcome you to this, and you listen to other keynote speakers. We have a number of keynote speakers. There'll be a virtual keynote speaker, Professor Sabagala from Makerere University in Uganda. We have a partnership with Makerere University, so it's also good to hear what other people are doing in other parts of the world. And from there we'll have a round table where Ntate Marumulwa and Ntate Nzemande will be sitting around business intelligence. Yeah, that's big words. We'll be sitting around just to talk to us about the learning analytics and how we can use it. And also maybe encourage our students to start doing this kind of work. Sometime where part of the problem that has been recognized or identified is that sometimes students want to do PhDs or masters, but they don't know where to start. And we don't have projects that we can say, as Mpime, I'm doing a project on learning analytics, and I attract and I just go online and say, I'm doing this project, can you come in and work with me? Especially those students who who find it difficult to conceptualize the study that they want to go through. So they can start with masters and then you move along with them to PhD. So maybe it's something that you may need to start trying out, which is a model of supervision when you have a group of people, your students, your emerging researchers in the field, lecturers and senior lecturers who can work with you in that space. And you have a bigger project that is coming out. And yes, we would like to have something how we contribute in the world in terms of learning analytics in an institution as old as ours. And we also have speakers. The facilitator is Hugo van der Walt. And then there will be live polls. We have to do things differently these days. Feedback is going to be live as we see it. Dr. Young Wilkin and Dr. Yes will be leading that feedback. And then we will have another keynote speaker, Professor Maseko, an associate professor of psychology of education, who will be talking about postgraduate supervision models for success. And I think many people who know me, they know that I've been talking about we cannot do one-on-one. It's not sustainable in a scalable environment that we work in. So we need to look into different types of models. And I'm looking forward to your presentation, sir, Prof. Maseko. Dr. Janu will be facilitating the roundtable that is linked to this subject of postgraduate research on ODEL. And Professor Tlaskin Johnson, very passionate person with postgraduate work, will be talking to you from the Institute from Inclusive Education. Yeah, from Inclusive Education Department. Professor Ndo as well from the Department of Early Childhood. You are most welcome. Dr. Shabalala from the Department of Science and Technology Education. These are the speakers who will be in roundtables. We have a variety of things that's going to happen and feedbacks, question and answer. So let's relax and enjoy this time together. And the warmest welcome to each one of you for making time just to come and let's discuss about research in our space. Thank you very much, colleagues, and enjoy your day.
Colleagues, let's give another round of applause to our Executive Dean. Dean, thank you very much for that welcome address. And as you've heard, colleagues, really what the Dean has said, I want to highlight that it seems as though the way I've understood it is that research really flows in our bodies, in our blood. And so it's good to talk about these issues as we progress. As she said, there's a wonderful lineup of speakers, one of which is our keynote, and I'm going to invite Professor Lydia Mbati to come and introduce our virtual keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I'm so glad to see such good attendance. Thank you for coming. Our keynote speaker today is known to some of us at UNISA, but for those of us who don't know him or haven't encountered him, I'd just like to give a brief introduction to who he is and what he does. Professor Richard Sebagala is an economist, a researcher, PhD fellow at the School of Business and Law, University of Agder in Norway, where he also serves as a research associate at the Center for Research on Social Enterprises and Microfinance. His research focuses on disability inclusive savings groups, financial inclusion, and the integration of artificial intelligence in social economic development. Richard has lectured in economics at Uganda Christian University School of Business since 2007, and he recently joined Makerere University Business School in Mbarara campus. He holds a Master of Science in Quantitative Economics and a Bachelor of Arts with Education from Makerere. As a founder of Maono AI Africa, Richard leads efforts to harness the transformative power of generative AI to advance financial inclusion, reduce inequality, and promote social impact across the continent. His interdisciplinary expertise spans generative AI, institutional reform, and economic development, with his thought leadership featured on his widely read blog, Think Like an Economist. Through a unique blend of academic excellence, practical experience, and digital innovation, Richard empowers researchers, educators, and policymakers with data-driven strategies for inclusive growth and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Sebagala.
I extend my appreciation to the University of South Africa Institute for Open and Distance Learning for the opportunity to reflect collectively on how we can grow excellence in teaching, learning, and research in the open and distance learning, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. Just to reflect where I picked interest from, as far as AI is concerned, I had an opportunity to work with Professor Masland Lloyd in Norway, who had the open approach to AI. So, and that's something I've seen across Africa where we are failing, because I've seen many people in universities across Africa who are so skeptical about AI generally. And my question is, there's no way you can understand the weakness and strength of AI if you don't embrace it. So, Minister, at least you are unique, you are taking the lead into this. I want to thank you for that, because all the interaction I've had with the Minister, you are taking the lead into this, unlike many African universities. And that's what we need, all scholars, to see what does the AI do and how can we embrace it to be able to maximize its potential. So what we need to acknowledge is that unlike any other technologies before AI, most of the technologies before, whether you go to calculator, internet, their impact was just enhance existing educational practices. But AI has fundamentally changed how the education is functioning, and we cannot take it for granted, because it's no longer just the tools which you can use within the systems, but they won't become the driver of systematic transformation. You cannot transform without AI. So for my presentation, I want to focus on 3 questions. Let me try to share my PowerPoint. I hope I can share. So this is the topic I want to speak to, now to be relevant to the conference of the symposium. Is just to see how can we design open distance learning in the age of artificial intelligence, after acknowledging that it's going to transform the way we teach, the way we learn, and how we do research. And those who have not had the chance to embrace, it's hard to understand how AI is going to impact these areas of education. how we teach, how we learn, and how we do research. These are the questions I want to see.
Sorry, Prof. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
We cannot see your screen if you're sharing. So if you don't mind, just resharing again. Thank you.
And you see it now?
Not yet.
Let me share again and see.
Oh, yeah. Prof, maybe
Okay.
if you don't mind, it may perhaps be that your video is on and the bandwidth may be struggling. So if you could put that off now that we've seen you, and then share your screen, that'll be great. Thank you. Let's see if that works.
Let me do that. Yeah, let me try again and see. Is it on now?
No, it's not. Not yet. All right. Maybe because of time, you'll continue, but we still can't see your screen.
I'll share it again.
We still can't see it, Prof. If you don't mind, if you could email it to Prof. Mbati.
Okay, let me do that immediately.
And then we can look you up from the side. But please go ahead.
Okay, let me just share to Professor Mbati. Trying to send the email. I've shared.
Thank you, Prof. We're just waiting for that email. Maybe tell us a little bit about you as we wait for that email. What's the weather like in your side of the world?
I'm in Uganda. The weather is okay. It's hot.
Yes.
24 degrees.
And you're tucked warmly inside your house or the university?
No, I said to work from home.
Okay.
Today. Yes.
Prof. Mbati, are you able to share? Yeah. Prof, what we'll do is we got the presentation. What we'll do is you'll just give us an indication as to when we must move to the next slide while we wait for it to upload. I hope that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Not received it. Professor Ngobani wants to sing the national anthem. Yeah, Prof. Just because of time, we're still here to get your email. Please continue. Yeah, just to save us some time because we are already behind.
Yeah, so let me continue.
All right.
Once you come, then we can continue from there. Yeah, I was just saying that the topic I'm trying to work to present is designing ODEL in the age of artificial intelligence. And I want to focus on the opportunities, challenges, and the future. So I was saying that AI is transforming education globally, and the question on the mind of everyone is to be assessed and see how do we continue learning, educating, and also doing research within this new age. And I was saying earlier on that unlike other technologies before AI is unique in the sense that it is going to transform everything we do as far as learning and teaching and research. And I was saying that those who have not been able to embrace, they can't understand the transformative power of AI. It's until you try to explore what AI can do in these fields or domains, that's when you can appreciate what it can do. So I'll look at the opportunities we can pick from the AI, what are the challenges we need to navigate, and what does the future hold for learners and educators within this environment. So of course, when you speak about AI means many things. I know most people are familiar with. So go to the next slide. Yes. So in this slide, I'm trying to show the different types of artificial intelligence, because most people have interfaced with generative AI, which basically creates content such as text, images, and these are common language models, which are widely in use. For example, ChatGPT, and they do a number of things. You can generate essays, summaries, in the context of educations. But also have other forms of AI, which are on the market, predictive AI, which can be used to analyze historical data to predict future outcomes. I've used the one before, Data Robot, which is very powerful once you have data, and it can deal with all the limitations we have within the econometrics, traditional econometrics we have been using for forecasting. So they're based on machine learning, statistical models to make prediction. And this also can be very useful within our educational setup, where, for example, you can predict which student are likely to drop out of the program or underperform based on some characteristics. So you can structure intervention right from the beginning, because what we know from distance learning and open education, many people enroll, but the majority don't finish because of many factors. So AI can be useful in that context. Next. Next slide. So the other aspect in AI is a prescriptive AI. Next slide, please. Hello? Yes, I will talk about these other types of AIs, prescriptive AI, which are also very useful, and we can see how we can incorporate them within the education sector. They can recommend action based on prediction and scenario analysis. They are based on optimization algorithm, reinforced learning, and they have been widely used in supply chain decisions that can also be applied within the education system. The other form is symbolic AI, which uses rules, logic, and symbols to modern human reasoning. For example, they are mainly used the if conditions. For example, within the program, if you can program it, and say, for example, you want to see a student who has failed 3 courses, who are they within the system? Imagine if you are dealing with a large number of students, you can be able to detect that based on this kind of AI. So that's broadly what AI can do and where you can pick in terms of interpreting them. in open distance education. Next slide, please. So when you look at AI broadly, there are two major challenges we are facing within the education. And one is the question of how do we deliver and manage learning? Because traditionally, we have been doing things differently. But now here we have the tools which are challenging that status quo. For example, if you have ChatGPT, DeepSeek models, they can do a number of things you have been doing before. And that one takes a lot of challenges. I'm imagining a university where part of the professors are embracing some AI, others don't, others are negative. And I've had the chance to talk to many students who are confused what to do because they have experienced the competence of some AI tools, but some professors are negative. So how do we deal with that? Even some roles have changed. There are some routines which have been doing before, now they are no longer very useful or they take a lot of time. But they also pose some opportunities for mentoring and individual guidance. So these are opportunities we have now with AI, and that's the challenge. How do we deal with this challenge within the education system? And moreover, in the open distance learning environment, where roles have changed, where some of the things students have been doing for many years now can be done by a matter of prompt. So that's one challenge. So next, the other challenge, which is before us. Next slide, please. The next challenge is what we teach for tomorrow's jobs. Because there's a lot of questions whether with the current AI within this education sector, how are we going to continue teaching the way we have been teaching or training our students? Because we train students for job market, but many jobs are going to change. Or many jobs now require AI, and those are all questions we need to think about. How are we going to train the future students to be able to be fitting the new job market? So we need a lot of continuous reskilling within the course of training, because students can join the first year of their program, but by the time they finish, many things have changed. Because the way AI is transforming many sectors, some skills are becoming irrelevant, other skills are becoming important. For example, these days we have been discussing that now it's no longer very important to know how to write very well, because anyone with support of AI can be able to write. So what could be the new skills we have to think about within our education system? The other thing we need to think about the mindset we have and try to start to emphasize the ethical reasoning, adaptability, and collaboration, so that you can have graduates who can thrive and not be replaced by AI. So that's a concern. And if you are delivering open distance education, that's a critical question you have to think about. That within what you have been doing before, how can you continue doing the same, but be able to prepare graduates who can fit the new job market? Next. So the next, I want to start looking at some of the opportunities AI has brought for distance learning education. So before I go into that, this slide tries to summarize some of the thing we have to do, because those two challenges we have looked at have a lot of pressure on education systems. But the response should be AI literacy among students, teachers, and even the administrators within the various education systems, because we need to master AI, and then that's only we can be able to integrate it within our systems. And if you deal with the challenge one, then you can succeed with challenge two. And that's a critical thing to think about, because you need to understand how are you going to run the AI-enhanced classrooms responsibly. And once you are good at that, then you can be able to prepare learners who can fit into the AI-shaped labor market. So AI literacy is very critical, and symposium like this is one way through which you can educate people about AI and also try to change some of the negative stereotypes we have when it comes to AI. So I want to go into opportunities. How can we AI advance open distance learning? And one of the benefits or the opportunities you can pick from AI is personal learning at scale, because the AI tools can help to customize content to each student, performance and preference, because you are able, for example, if you can predict learners who are going to have challenges to complete based on some characteristics from the data available or from data you can collect from the new students, then you can be able to personalize learning at a scale. And in e-learning, open distance learning, this is very important because you get learners from different backgrounds. And some of the learners have not been fortunate to continue within the existing system. So they have had challenges. For example, we had an opportunity to go to some open university in the UK, and they have started a new program where they are recruiting students who have dropped out of school to be able to join the distance learning education. Those learners have many challenges. So this AI can be used to be able to identify some of the challenges and be able to design interventions. So the other opportunity we can pick from AI is enhancing learning analytics. Because if you have AI-driven analytics, you can be able to identify students at risk, you can monitor their performance patterns, and guide intervention in your time. So they can serve as early warning systems, and as a result, you can be able to have proactive academic support within the distance learning. Because education is very expensive in terms of time and resources, so any effort which is done to see that whoever joins the university completes, that would be very important. Because I've seen in Uganda, most students who join distance learning, some are working adults who have to struggle to look for fees. At the same time, they have families. So such an individual, if he joins the program and doesn't complete, it is a serious loss for such a student. So any effort to try to see that they finish once they join can be a welcome move, and AI can support in that respect. The other support is research. I've tested how AI can support research. And if people pick up this, then research is going to change significantly. Because AI can support literature review, can support writing, because given our different education background, most people have been struggling for years to write good research essays. But AI now can be a support in that respect. Data analysis, the citation, and all the research process, AI can be supportive. I'm doing an experiment with some master students. I want to demonstrate the university how you can use AI to support research supervision. So I have 10 students who are doing masters, MBA, and I've tried to see if I support them with the support of AI, what is going to be the completion rate. But so far, it's just 2 months since we started. I'm seeing a lot of improvement when I compare with my colleagues who are supervising the same students. Because what I'm doing, when we start the process, students submit the concept. I first read through the concept, and based on my experience, I'm able to see some of the gaps. And then I instruct AI to run prompt ChatGPT to review the proposal, the concept, and then I highlight some of the key issues I've identified so that it can build from that. So I don't allow it to do its own work. So I say I've read student proposal or concept and I've identified the following gaps or areas which need improvement. Then I can now prompt it to use its knowledge in understanding a given topic to see which other areas and what I've identified and how to improve these areas. So it's able to come up with a draft of areas of strength, areas of weakness, and suggestions. So my job is to verify and see whether what I suggested speak to what I saw when I was reading through the concept, but also I observe what she has identified, which I didn't mention in my prompt, and I see whether it makes sense based on the concept. Then I give that to the students. So the beauty, because before we have been supervising students, but apart from just criticizing what they do, we rarely speak to what they can do to improve the concept. Very few professors have been doing that. Because of lack of time, they just identify gaps without suggesting some areas for improvement. So I've seen that after giving my students this feedback, they are able to work fast because they know what to do to improve their work. I've seen the little time you just give comment today, within 2 days they have done the comments. And now when I receive the revised work from the student, because I have kept a chart and a folder for each student, then I ask chat that this is the revised student work based on the earlier comment I gave the student. Just scan through and see whether the student has been able to appropriately address the comments. So it is able to develop a table showing the extent to which the student has been able to work on the comments and where he has failed with the comments. And then I build from that. So I have a track of comments and feedback. Also, I'm able to review within as short time possible what the student is doing and how I can support the student. So with this, if it works out well, it will be a good model to support large number of students. Because now with this, even if you have 50 students, you can have the time to be able to supervise. Now within the distance learning West, you have many students enrolled in the program. This will be able to support postgraduate research in terms of completion and also student learning from the process, because they can keep track on what they can do within the research environment. So the other benefit you can pick from AI is administrative efficiency. Even from what I've explained, you can be able to do a number of things within the shortest time possible with support of AI. But you can have now other time to do other important things. But this repetitive administrative work, you can give it to AI. I'm seeing people already experimenting to see how they can use AI for marking. And once you are collaborative with it, I've seen also it can do a good job, provided that you can keep track and see what it's doing. Then at least I've used some AI called Keynote, which has an education module. So once you have a good marking guide, you can give a student essay or any other work and to be able to review. And I tested it to see in terms of consistency, if I give the same student, whether it can give the same mark. And I've seen the margin of error is between 5 to 2. So which can be a good, and this is work in progress. Maybe in the future we're going to have AI tools which are competent to be able to assess, and that will free us a lot of work. So the last one is the issue of access and inclusion, because you can use many AI tools to translate, to voice, to record, and then be able to support many learners, those with disabilities, those who have language challenges. So people are trying to see how they can enhance this with support of AI. So it can be something you can explore and see how can we support these other marginalized groups within the education sector. So despite all those opportunities, there are many challenges we need to focus on as the scholars and educators, because there's a lot of studies now coming through which try to demonstrate that there are a number of challenges we need to understand. And the understanding is very critical, because once you understand those challenges, then you can be able to use these AI tools for the better. And these challenges about integrity, about ethical issues, and I want to speak to some that we can see what we can do with such. So the first one is the issue of blind trust in AI abilities. So what evidence shows that most users, once you start using AI, you are going to develop that unquestionable trust in what it generates, because it has been trained, for example, to write very well. Even when it doesn't know something, it will try to write as if it knows it. So if you are not very keen, you take it as a gospel truth. And this is not good with the education system. And we have seen learners who are not very good, because they cannot do some of the things AI do. So they will develop a lot of trust in this AI output. Yet we have seen there are many challenges with all the AI output. If you don't cross-check, it can lie, it can fake references, and all the AI tools, they have tried to deal with this problem of hallucination, but they have failed to look for a solution for now. So it still have the capacity to lie at some percentage. So within the ODEL environment, where there's out of independent learning, this blind trust can lead to misinformation, misjudgment, and poor academic outcomes. So the solution, you need to train both staff and students who can evaluate AI output, not just to consume. Last week we had an academic board, and we were able to highlight some students. So we are doing open exams, MBA students, and some students were just copying directly everything they get from AI without even changing. And for me, that was an indication of lack of knowledge on how to use AI, because we have not done a lot of work to see that we train our students how they can use AI responsibly. So instead of focusing on just arresting them, warning them that they are cheating, the focus should be how do you train them to use AI effectively. So the other thing is that using AI to sidestep learning. So because AI can do many things, most people, because human beings naturally are lazy, they don't want to suffer. So people tend now to give everything to AI, which may undermine learning. Yet when you go to school, the objective is transformation. You need to be transformed, and transformation comes from what you have learned. So in the process of now AI, in the era of AI, we need to improve on many things, particularly on the assessment strategies. We need to think about, with AI now, how can we best evaluate our students? We need to think about critical thinking, originality, process, because if you don't do that, a student can submit a good essay, yet he has not done anything. So we need to see within the AI, how can we assess students that we can be able to see, because ideally when you go to a university, the university is supposed to be able to tell us that so and so has got the A, and that A reflects the input and the potential of that learner. So we need to also to emphasize that. So the other aspect is lack of understanding of how AI works. This has been found out in many studies that most users of AI don't understand how it works. And this is very critical for universities. Hello?
We still here, Prof.
So this is a very critical challenge.
Maybe to say we've got
And we need
2 more
to now
minutes.
embed AI across all disciplines, not in ICT, as most universities have done. But we need to empower. Yes.
Prof, we've got 2 more minutes to wrap up, if you don't mind.
Okay, so let me just conclude. So in terms of the future, Africa, we need to define the role of educators in the context of AI. So we need to do a number of things. We need to develop framework for AI in education. We need to think about how to integrate AI into our curriculums so that we can be able to teach our students, understand how AI works, the systems, their limitations. To be able to deal with that. The other aspect is to strengthen the research on AI and learning. Universities have to invest a lot of effort to understand and experiment on a number of things, because this is a new thing. And unless we know how best we can incorporate most of the intervention we think about, we'll not be able to see the impact of AI. So in conclusion, the future of open and distance learning will not be built by AI alone. It has to be built by us through choices we make today. And I want to thank UNISA for taking this lead on this. I know what you are doing is the right thing.
You done, Prof? Okay. It seems as though there's some sort of technical issues on.
So Professor. I think I can stop here.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yes.
Colleagues, you've heard Professor Sabakala, and I think he gave quite a thought-provoking presentation. And as our executive dean said, we want to talk research. I said we want to reflect, engage. And so it's your opportunity now. We've got about more or less 20 minutes for some questions. Prof, I hope we could put those to you if you don't mind. I'm going to do a couple of hands and then we'll take another set after that. So just by raising your hand, there will be a revolving mic coming along. And then you put the question. And preferably one question per person, if you don't mind. So colleagues, the floor is yours. I've got Professor Brown. Anyone else? Another hand? Front here, Prof. You'll be the second person. Anybody else? All right. We'll do those two hands in that order, Prof. We'll put some questions to you now. Professor Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. Peterson. Prof. Sebakala, thank you so much for a very thought-provoking presentation. It is indeed the case that AI is the future, whether we like it or not. It is here to stay, and we have to learn how to collaborate with AI. I have integrated AI in my own work, and just to latch on to your comment about the progress of postgraduate research, I have completed a PhD student within 2 years, supporting the student through AI. It is possible. My question is this: we still have a lot of resistance from academics on the integration of AI. What universities do is to develop guidelines and policies. How can we enable a mind shift, not the how to use the AI, but we need to start changing our minds about these tools and these platforms. How can we support our academics to make that transformational shift in the mind that this is not a cheating tool, this is a collaborative, enabling tool? That's where the difficulty lies for me with many colleagues in the academic space.
Go ahead, Prof.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Prof. My question is centered around success stories. I'd love to hear your reflections on a success story that you have been involved in or that you've been impacted by at your university, Prof, so that we can be inspired by what you've been able to implement successfully or what you've experienced has been implemented successfully. Thank you.
Prof, over to you. Professor Sebakala, you still there?
Yes, thank you for the questions. These are very important questions. Arisa, I'm going to give. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Prof.
Hello?
We can hear you. Prof, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to. So, there's a problem with the connection, but so my response is going to answer both questions. I see the resistance is too much. So I think what we need to do as universities, which I'm trying to do in Uganda, because change within organizations has to start with the top leadership. So I've tried to look for the potential leaders within faculties and even the top university leadership. So the other day I had an opportunity to sit with the vice chancellor of the university and was amazed to see what ChatGPT can do in learning and research supervision. Because once you work on those top leaders and they embrace AI, then it will be very easy for them to implement changes within the university. So what we need is to have a critical mass of people who are positive about AI. And once we have a 30, 40%, 50% people who have embraced the AI, then we'll be able to work against this resistance. And within your capacity, if you have embraced and appreciated what AI can do, you don't need to sit. You need to look for friends and try to talk to them, either through writing or through demonstrations. And once we do that, the world will change, especially in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. We'll do another round.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ngobeni. Dr. Prince, was that a hand? Or you're just flexing? Oh, okay. Anybody else? All right. I've got a question, but I'll give over to you, Dr. Ngobeni, and we'll end there. After my. Oh, there's another question at the back. So you at the back, and then I will do that final question. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks. I don't know whether I can say it's a question or a comment, but my view, it's not really the question of resistance. I think the biggest challenge is not knowing how to use it. Because if I don't know how to use it, then I feel like I'm cheating because I don't know how to use it. It's not because I'm resisting change. It's a beautiful tool, but do I know how to use it in an ethical way so that I'm not found wanting? So that will be my view. And how many people are ready to have a seminar and say, this is how you use it ethically? Or we just talk and say, people are resisting. I don't think we have answered that question very well. So it's more than resistance. It's about the knowledge on how to use AI effectively for research, for teaching, and engage scholarship. Thank you.
Thanks. Matt, the back.
Thank you, Prof, for fruitful presentation. I've got only one concern. We are teachers, we are lecturers, and we are expected to assist our learners. You know, our clientele is digital natives. They are far in terms of knowledgeable of AI. Now, Prof, how are we going to assist our students to be critical thinkers? Because they are no longer going for being critical thinkers. They get this quick information and deal with it or submit it. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Prince.
After all, I need to ask you the question. I just need to check with UNISA as an open distance, comprehensive open distance and e-learning institution. And now with the coming of AI now, I'm sure we are maybe prepared. I don't know. So I want to check if there are any AI tools that UNISA sort of subscribe to and have particular licenses to be able to use them. And that could probably help us to stay within the borders of what we should do. I just want to check on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Sebachal, I don't know if you heard that the first two questions. The third one was by Dr. Prince. I think that one is more for us here. And luckily we do have AI committee colleagues in our presence, so they will help us answer that question. My question is on what you mentioned in terms of scalability, and I think the Dean this morning touched on it as well. Scholars like Tate and Halsman and Ngakane says that this is very possible to scale AI where you can get the maximum out of it. In other words, turn student performance and student learning and enhancing those results from AI on a sort of a scalable level. So the question is, how do we hand into those opportunities so that we can create, as Professor Brown said earlier, so that we create those collaborative spaces, those collaborative approaches in order to make AI kind of a flexible tool so that the pathways that we use here in the ODEL institution can go well, for lack of a better word. Over to you, Prof. You there still?
Yeah, thank you. I think what I can say, one of the question or the comment was on that it's not resistance. So because resistance is the broad, because what I've seen in most professors in universities, they don't even want to try to understand AI. And the challenge with that, the longer you take not to try any AI, time will come when it becomes very hard for you to cope up, because the way AI evolves, the speed is very fast. Almost every day there is a new thing coming. So the first thing we need to encourage our colleagues is to see that they can start engaging, because some of the things with AI you discover when you are working within your domain. Because what I've realized that if you want to see how powerful it is to start with what you do on a daily basis. If your job most of the time is to write, you start engaging it with writing, and then without throwing away your experience you have earned. Because most people, why they're resisting AI? Because AI is challenging something they have been doing for the rest of their years. I met a professor in Makerere who is saying that he cannot trust the machine for something he has done for 30 years. And that's where the problem starts. So we need to encourage others to start using it. So the best way to know how to use is to engage. There's nothing more. So the more you engage, the more you read, you get to know how best to use it. And over time, you can start thinking, how do you integrate it within what you do without throwing away your traditional skills? So my encouragement to members, and what we are doing now is a start of big things. Because whoever this audience, if you pick interest, those who have not had interest, and you start engaging, then we would change others. And over time, we'll be able to change everyone. I think that's what I can say for now.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Any final reflections, comments, questions in front here? Then Professor, okay, let's start by Prof, since you have the mic.
Okay, good morning. Okay, we've been asked to stand up when you're asking a question, apparently. My question is with regards to academic dishonesty. As a university, we are having many students that are actually at the risk of being excluded because they are said to have cheated during examination. So I just wanted to find out, how can you advise us as ODEL University to deal with the issues of academic dishonesty during the formative tasks and also during examination themselves? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ngobani. In front here, my good sir, do you still have a question? You still have a question? No, Prof. Oh, yes, Dr. Prince. Thank you very much. Would you like to give it now? Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. I think Prof asked in terms of UNISA's position regarding the AI tools. And when we were finalizing the AI policy, in fact, we submitted it last week. It is on route to Senate and thereafter to Council. But what we proposed in the policy is the AI Governance Board that will be able to assist us. How do we then procure these tools? Because I think you can agree with me, colleagues, when you wake up on your Word or Excel, there will be a tool that we don't know how it was procured, how many users are using it, is it value for money for us to procure that, what informed that particular procurement. And when we're having those discussions, we then propose that the AI Governance Board will not only be comprised of ICT, because they are technicians, they know, the technical side of things, but we are on the user side of things. And in our discussion, we're even proposing that let them have some of colleagues from SEDI, because then you understand the teaching style and what is required. So that when there is that procurement discussions, then you then advise them to say, there is this tool that can assist in this way. If you think from inclusive education point of view, we are not specialists in that. And how many students are we leaving behind? So those are some of the discussions, and the VP from ICT sort of agreed to say, let it be comprised of diverse representation in terms of the disciplines. So that is the part that we are doing as far as the AI procurement of tools and so forth. And we were also embarking on a study from the AI task team to look in terms of what is the level of efficacy of our staff members, students, in terms of the use of these tools. Which one is more preferred over the other? And I'll give an example. Your college has got about 10 departments, if I'm not wrong. Each and every department or each and every user will have his or her own preference in terms of those tools. But from a university point of view, if you can understand the amount of money that we spend on these tools, it's gonna be difficult to have sort of a what we call global license for everyone, and you find that I'm more using DeepSeek and the other colleague is more on ChatGPT and so forth, where it's value for money. But also in terms of the other insights around those is to say, do we continue with the mindset? And I think Prof. Sibagala touched on it in terms of now understanding how these tools are working. But maybe, and I think Prof. Mark, you remember in the teaching and learning conference, there was also a call to say, when are we moving towards developing our own tools to suit our own context? Because if we continue to buy these tools, it's not sustainable. As we are talking now, there is a new AI tool that is being developed, and they will come and market to you to say, it can resolve your solutions and so forth. And those are some of the discourse that are happening as far as AI development is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Last,
Just
final, quick one.
final comment on my side. Being the analytics team, we felt we should announce some stats that might be useful in helping colleagues understand where we are as an organization. Prof, you ask a very important question around initiatives to assist with curbing the issue around academic integrity. I think as an institution, we have something to boast about. Having our academic integrity course that we've implemented is a serious achievement. I strongly believe that it's a world-leading initiative that we've implemented successfully. As it stands today, I was looking at the dashboard, we have over 240,000 students that have completed the course.
Wow.
We also have a similar number, by the way, that have completed the Microsoft Forms survey, right? So there's qualitative information and quantitative information in those forms that we need to now be extracting and producing research around so that we understand what impact has this course actually had. But a number that size is significant. And I do believe we need to work on extracting as much value as we can so that we understand going forward if these initiatives are working and how we can amend and tweak these to improve their impact. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, as you heard there, there's a lot of initiatives that UNISA is engaging with, and I think we are kind of on the right trajectory, one of which talking about it and engaging on research and innovation. And if you kind of aware that every organization, their first fundamental sort of laid ground is research and innovation, and I believe the Department of Analytics is going to take us there, and as we all kind of get on board, we will also get there. Let's thank our keynote speaker, Professor Sebagala. Prof, thank you very much for a thought-provoking presentation. Colleagues, we are very good, doing very good in terms of time. It's now tea time, so please grab some tea, some warm or cold beverage to your right. There's some scones and some nice eateries as well. We will then get back together here around about 10 to 11 so that we're able to start our roundtable discussion. So over to you, colleagues. Thank you.
for this RNI. What's the theme? Don't Google it. No, not the one of today, the overall theme. You see? You see? Yeah. And you are the teachers. You see? So as we are starting again, and Professor Peterson is capably handling the program, let me inform you of the theme is proudly African and globally relevant. So as you are talking to each other, remember that we are not doing work for UNISA, we are not doing work for Soweto and Tswane, we are doing work for the globe. We are trying to make sure that the teachers that we are training, and remember, we are not only training teachers, we are training professionals that want to go and lead professional development in different companies. They just come in to our college for pedagogy through the postgraduate programs that we are doing. So remember, when we are training them, they should be coming out ready to be globally relevant. The research that we are talking about is not only for publication, but research that is providing evidence so that we are crafting relevant and, usable interventions. So I'm handing over to Professor Peterson, who's then going to hand over to our young man, Mr. Hugo, to facilitate. Please pay attention. We are not here to talk. We are here to come out with something. At the end of this, we need to agree that what are we actually going to do going forward with regards to learning analytics. Madam Dean, at the end of this, we are going to come out with at least 2 or 3 projects or programs that we are going to do to make this college actually better in terms of the use of AI. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Peterson.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's give our dashing Professor Ngobane a hand of applause, please. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know if I want Professor Ngobane to be my mother, so I'm wondering her kids. She's got an iron fist. Colleagues, let's move then to our next item, which is our round table discussion with the folks at the back of me. So let's welcome the following people. Mr. Nkululeko, Ms. Joan Mokele, and Dr. Kelly Young-Walken to join us for the discussions for our roundtable. And then Mr. Hichu van der Walt will facilitate that for us. So let's give a round of applause to all of them. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. And I want to thank everybody for joining us for the roundtable discussion today with the title, The Learning Analytics Journey at UNISA, which forms part of the broader symposium, as we were kindly reminded, which was a growing excellence in teaching, learning, and research in open distance e-learning. We're proud to contribute to the overarching conference theme, which is proudly African, globally relevant, empowering research excellence. So today's discussion explores how learner analytics is reshaping decision-making, curriculum design, and student support in the ODEL environment, with a particular focus on UNISA's evolving journey. As a comprehensive, large-scale distance institution, UNISA faces unique opportunities and challenges using data not only to inform teaching and learning, but to enable it and to ensure that we do what we do is actually equitable, responsive, and sustainable. At its core, learning analytics refers to the collection, analysis, and use of data about learners and their context. To understand and improve learning, it's not just about dashboards or tracking clicks. It's about transforming raw data into actionable insights. to help us support students more effectively, improve curriculum flow, and refine institutional strategies. One of the key components in learning analytics at UNISA is that in ODL context, data becomes the dialogue. Where traditional face-to-face teachings relies on visual and verbal cues, ODL must rely on digital traces, such as login patterns, assessment submissions, course navigation, and more. These fragments, when meaningfully analyzed, tell a story about how students engage, where they struggle, and how they succeed. However, the promise of learning analytics comes with responsibility. We are operating in a context where infrastructure limitations like economic infrastructures, load shedding, digital exclusion, and uneven internet access still persists within the context of South Africa. We cannot design data-rich strategies without asking who is being left out as we enter the fourth industrial revolution and the implementation of artificial intelligence within the higher education context. Especially with AI increasingly shaping assessments, feedback, and personalization. We must ensure that ethics, equity, and contextual relevance remain central to learner analytics within the ODL context. So today we're joined by a panel of experienced voices to unpack this journey. This is not a keynote, it's a conversation. I invite all of us, panel members as well as the audience, to reflect, question, and contribute as we explore what learning analytics can do for African scholarship in ODL and how we ensure that what we build is both globally informed and locally grounded, especially within the era of artificial intelligence. So, let's start with the questions. All right. Colleagues, I'm honored to introduce you to your panelists for today. Firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Nkuleku Nzamande, who is the Director of the Center of Excellence for Student Success Analytics at UNISA, with over 15 years of experience spanning in data analytics, AI-driven solutions, and institutional strategy. He brings deep expertise in leveraging data to enhance student outcomes and operational effectiveness. We are also joined by Dr. Kelly Wilkin, who is a senior researcher at the UNISA's Institute for Open and Distance Learning. With a background in research psychology, her research focuses on student retention, predictive success models, and learning analytics, especially within the ODEL context within South Africa. And completing our panel, we welcome Ms. Joan Mogele, Senior Business Intelligence Analyst in the Department of Institutional Intelligence at UNISA, with expertise in data engineering, modeling, and analytics. She brings a wealth of experience in building technical infrastructure and driving data-informed decision-making across the institution. Thank you once again to our panelists. The questions I'll be posing are not directly directed to one specific person, but rather we're going to have a roundtable discussion in a sense. And the audience is also encouraged to add on or offer different perspectives. Let's keep the conversation flowing, respectful and concise, so we can hear a range of views. Okay, so we've allocated about half an hour to this whole discussion, and then we'll follow up with questions. There's quite a lot of time available, but we'll handle the questions as they go. All right. With that being said, let's begin with the first question. All right. So the first question to the panel is, how can ODEL institutions use learning analytics to support students while addressing challenges like load shedding and limited digital accessibility?
Thank you, colleagues. Good. I'm not sure it's morning or afternoon yet. We're honored to be on the panel today and excited to be responding to this question. I'm going to reference a solution that my team is working on right now that we're extremely excited about. And that's the nudging solution. So this is a solution that is intended to bridge the gap between the insights that we get from our learning analytics and the action that we need to take in engaging our students. In an ODEL institution, as you've said, we're having to support students without, in a lot of instances, being able to meet them, engage with them, and understand in depth what their needs are. And so after leveraging analytics and developing or extracting insights about our student behavior, the next step is we need to take action. And we've been having a lot of discussions with academics and the key decision makers. And the main pain point is we want to take action, but where are we going to get the time to engage 30,000 students in a module? Some of our modules are quite significant, and we have tens of thousands of students that we need to engage with, understand what their needs are, and intervene in a timely manner. So the nudging solution that we're working on is intended to enable academics to identify our students' pain points and take action without human intervention. Imagine being able to indicate and say, I am worried about students that are not active on a consistent basis on the LMS. We then have the solution that will enable us to identify those that fit that criteria and engage with them, send nudging emails, give them a bit of a nudge without human intervention. So the capability to develop smart agents, computers that understand what you're concerned about, that are able to help you quickly identify which students require attention and take action without you having to go and take that action. That's a solution that we believe is groundbreaking, and we're very excited to be working on a pilot at the moment that we're hoping to be able to roll out in full by the end of this academic year.
Thank you, Mr. Msumande.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't think I actually have much more to add on to what Mr. Mzande has said. When it comes to the issue of load shedding and learner analytics, I struggle to see the junction between the two and how learning analytics sort of features within the load shedding realm, but maybe that's just my confusion. Yeah, I have nothing else to add on to what you've said.
Good morning, colleagues. It's quite an honor for me also to be here, to be engaging with you today. So I'll be coming from a very technical angle, whereby we sort of like ingest the data and resource the data from all the source systems.
Sorry. Just closer, yeah.
Can you hear me now? All right, thank you so much. As I was saying that I'll be coming from a very technical angle. So how I see us assisting is that at the moment, we've got data that speaks to the students and the learners' physical addresses. And with that, we can sort of like align it to the current load shedding systems within the specific areas where the students are located. As a result, we can eventually get to see which students are affected the most. Then we can also track the trends as to how often are they being affected. And then in such, we can then begin to implement sort of like mitigating measures, be it printing physical study material, or maybe finding other forms of engaging with the students, especially if we notice that perhaps they begin to miss on their learning activities. So that will be our take. Thank you.
I think let me maybe just reflect on Dr. Young's question. I think what I'm referring to is the infrastructural issues that we face within the South African context, like load shedding, that has an impact on how our students are being, interacting, because we're an ODL institution, how that actually affects our students' teaching and learning process, and how we can actually pick that up within the ODL space. And I think Ms. Mokele actually indicated a way that you actually currently use to track and maintain those processes. Okay.
Can I just come in? I just wanted to ask a question, since this is a discussion. When it comes to aspects such as load shedding and having that in the back of your mind when you develop learner analytic initiatives, is like the load shedding schedule the back end of it, and then geographic is placed on top of that so as to ascertain which students are struggling at that point. So basically my question is the load shedding schedule built into the data analytics so that those students are identified in real time?
So to answer that, I can say not at the moment. It's not as yet, but these are some of the intelligence that we look to build into the models that we currently have.
Okay.
And I think because of the volumes that we're dealing with, once we've identified the students that are having those challenges, we need to be able to nudge them, send a communication out, ask the student to give feedback, and give context on the extent to which they have these struggles. Because if we don't have that feedback, we won't be able to intervene. Because ultimately, we don't want to just know that the students are having the challenges. We want to understand how we need to support them. And if we can't reach all the students, if we can't nudge them to say, hey, give us feedback. We noticed that you logged onto the system and didn't come back on during an exam. If we don't nudge them and get them to give us that feedback and interpret that feedback, we won't know how best to support those students that are facing those problems.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nsamande. I think that latches on to my next question. I think, where do we still face the biggest barriers to impactful learning analytics in the ODEL context at UNISA?
Okay, so for me personally, I think the learning analytics and the learner analytics at UNISA sort of meets a roadblock when it comes to the silos of all the different systems that house all the different data. And the synergy between those data warehouses seems to be one of the biggest struggles that I as a researcher face. When it comes down to requesting particular data for the use of learner analytics, the data, first of all, is not always clean. I mean, I can request a student's matric marks, for example, and use that to build a profile. But the data I've received for the matric marks, I'll have 12 subjects listed for one student, 2 English subjects, one which displays as a 0, and another one which has a mark. So the data warehouses for me at UNISA, not only sometimes the back end, which needs a little bit more cleaning and refining, but it's also the synergy between the data sets. Like, for example, if we had to use, we've got the FYE or the MOOC readiness, the readiness tool at UNISA, which we know that UNISA's students are not required to have registered for. So it's a readiness assessment for ODEL. So it's obviously our prospective students. So when they come in and do this assessment, there's obviously no student number because they're not registered. So that identifier is then their national ID. But that data and that warehouse doesn't then feed back into the bigger warehouse that we have, where we're merging data sets with ID number and student number to compile one whole set from within which data mining could happen. So I think for me, that's my biggest barrier when it comes to learning analytics. And then second to that would be the staff onboarding of learner analytics and the whole idea of getting comfortable with it. And I think a lot of people shy away from it because it is a lot of data. And that also sort of holds us back a bit. So I think those are the 2 biggest barriers from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. I was smiling while you're talking because I'm thinking about the challenges. So that's amazing feedback from the perspective of the consumer of the analytics. The perspective I'm going to give is from the team that is delivering these solutions. And a lot of what you've mentioned is quite relevant. You might be interested to know that the majority of the time that my team spends when developing a solution is on QA, right? Resolving challenges of data quality. And the problem we have, I think, currently is that we're faced with a situation where the systems, the data quality issues that we are reading into the data warehouse, we're trying to resolve those in the data warehouse. as opposed to resolving those at source, right? So the issue of fragmented systems and systems that, quite frankly, biggest challenge I would say we have is that we have systems that we have implemented that were targeted at resolving process issues, but the analytics and the reporting and the monitoring were not front of mind when the implementation happened. So by the time the developers of analytics come in, we then find that the data structures in the LMS do not match the data structures in the student information system. We pull that data in, and now we're trying to resolve those issues in the data warehouse, which is a problem. So we need to resolve our master data management issues so that, colleagues, we can deliver solutions to you that you trust. You need to look at a dashboard, you need to look at an extract that you're receiving from the data solutions teams and have comfort that you can trust this data. And we've got a lot of work to do to sort of work on improving that trust. But we're working the best we can, and we're collaborating with ICT to give recommendations on how we can resolve this. For me, just to touch on the biggest barriers from a solution delivery perspective, one is developer capacity. Working with our data is quite complex, and getting specialists who are also passionate about higher education is the most difficult problem that we have. Then we've spoken about it, data literacy. If our academics are going to trust the data, they also need to be upskilled to be able to identify what the challenges might be around the data and how best to use those information products. And lastly, colleagues, the tools that we need to implement the solutions that need to scale at the level that we need, with being an institution that has almost 500,000 students each year, are not cheap. This technology is expensive. So our budgetary constraints are also a huge problem when it comes to identifying and implementing the solutions that we need to resolve our problems.
If I can add to what the colleagues have said, it's true. Those are the issues that we have currently in the university. And myself and the team being in a very technical and back end, we can concur with most of the issues that you have. And maybe to add, one of the issues that we currently have would be the interpretation of the data, because that's very topical. If I can give maybe an example, will be on the repeats. Like, we know we report on the repeats, but then how do we interpret these repeats? Does it mean that this is a student that have failed a module? Does it mean that this is like a repeating student who never completed the module, maybe decided to cancel, or maybe academic cancellation? Or could it be like a postgraduate student, like a doctoral or a master's student who is in the system and needs to repeat that module or maybe re-register that module up until completion? So interpretation of the data is also one of the issues. Maybe if we can maybe get a standard way of reporting on these issues. And then maybe to add to that, it's also like the integration of systems per se, because at the moment, we've got a different system that students use to register. You know, that system alone, it's housed at ICT. It only looks into the registrations of the system. But then again, after the student registered now, they get access to Moodle, which is like a learning management system. Now, these are two different systems. Now, how do you integrate the two? It's possible, but it's cumbersome, requires a lot of work. So those are some of the issues that we are challenged with at the moment as developers. Thank you.
And maybe if I may, just to give a specific example, a student might be registered on the student system, then that student must also then be enrolled on Moodle, and their information won't be the same. They'll then complete the academic integrity course, and they need to enroll on that, and their information isn't the same there. But then they might be completing the course on the first year experience, which is on another instance of the system, and the information is exactly the same there. So when we talk about resolving these issues in the data warehouse, we're very good at bringing that data into a data warehouse. But then we need to go and match it. Because an academic says, I want to know to what extent does my student that's enrolled in the system, student system, to what extent have they completed the academic integrity course, reading from another system? To what extent have they completed another course on another system? And that's very, very difficult. And so when questions come our way to say, but this information doesn't match this information, we ask that you understand that it is quite a difficult task resolving this in the warehouse. We need to work on resolving these issues at source and have a golden table that has the students' information and get guarantees that that information is going to appear exactly the same on each system. We need to really work hard on resolving that.
Mm.
Thank you. Maybe also, if I can add, we can also build in the validations, like data validations, and then things like the ID number. What we can do is that we can link our systems through to the Home Affairs, which has everyone else's identification number, because we're sitting with cases where we need to submit here misinformation, but we still have issues around a student's ID number. Sometimes an ID number would not necessarily match the gender of the student. So things like that are things that we can sort of like build into our systems. Maybe we can partner with the Thank you. Yes, to sort of like validate our information before we can even validate it ourselves in-house. So, yeah.
Okay.
Facilitate. Please let us know if we're getting sort of out of hand here. We can talk about this all day. I just wanted to say, colleagues, it is not all doom and gloom. What we're discussing here are exceptions that fortunately form a relatively small percentage of the data that we have, right? Please have comfort that the solutions that we deliver largely deliver insights that are reliable. So when we deliver insights on year-on-year performance, although there might be that exception of a student or two, the actual insight that we're delivering that performance has improved or has reduced is actually a reliable insight. Are we going to continue to chase perfection? Of course we are. But do we need absolute perfection in order for us to have reliable insights that help you to make the decisions that you need? Not necessarily. So I thought I should just emphasize that as well. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you so much. If I could just maybe reflect, and I've noticed this myself with the data mismatches, which I also experienced myself when we had to go look at, for example, we were busy recurriculating a master's in research psychology, and we had to contact alumni in order to, from their perspective, from the workplace, what skills they actually do implement within that context, and maybe bring that back into how we design curricula, how we teach, what are some of the crucial skills that we need within teaching in, well, in this context, research psychology to new master's students. And we ran into the same issue where the databases don't necessarily speak to one another. But considering the magnitude of UNISA students and the amount of variables that you need to keep in mind when doing so, it could become very, very challenging in that perspective. And we still, going through a process where we continuously need new upskilling. We continuously need a sort of a filtering and cleaning of the data we currently collect, and ensure that the data that we actually collect will actually speak to the analytics process in achieving those goals. And I think with that being in mind, my next question would be, what are the most promising ways that learning analytics can help improve curriculum design and student progression in the ODEL context? I think this speaks to everyone here that's also, naturally educated within the College of Education. I think it would be important for us to understand, how that would regurgitate itself back into how we as lecturers within the College of Education can actually assist in that process, or maybe find some answers related to the issues that we face.
I love how you asked the question about how you can assist, right? Because when we work on delivering solutions, a very important step is actually understanding risk factors. What risk what is it that we're concerned could be influencing the student's ability to succeed, right? I think collectively we need to have discussions around what are these risk factors that we want to track and monitor, right? We need to understand, and this is where we come in with our machine learning capability that we're working on. We need to understand what are the key influences of success. To what extent that a student's late registration influence success? If we quantify that students' timing of registration is a big influencer, then we know that that's a risk factor that we need to monitor, right? So we have this student retention unit that's doing an amazing job of sharing information that enable us to decide who we need to reach out to. But we need to continue to have conversations about what else should we be considering? Should we be tracking how long a student has not been active on the system? Should we be tracking other behavioral traits that are being logged, that are being traced on a system to help us understand what it is that we need to focus on, right? So for now, we've got a grouping of these risk factors that we're repeating students who haven't submitted. But I think there is a much broader array of risk factors that we need to consider, and we need to have discussions with the academics to understand what do you believe is problematic for a student. If you were to identify not an at-risk student, but a priority student who you want to prioritize with interventions, how would you go and identify that one student? Once we've captured that, then the technology specialists must come in and say, this is how we're going to enable you using technology to implement this at scale.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, I agree. I wanted to touch on what Georgia State University is doing. They're in Atlanta in the US. And there is a National Institute of Student Success housed in that university, and it's run by Prof. Tim Rennick. And he has actually got over 700 indicators that he's identified in his institution. And those metrics are currently, every day with the real-time data, are currently being updated to reflect new risk metrics. So there's that. I wanted to touch back on your point of progression and using learner analytics for progression purposes. And I know Joan will speak a lot about this perhaps, but a few years ago, business intelligence used to be known as DIA, information and analysis, and they had what they had called the DIA dashboard, or they had a dashboard. And we did a lot of showcasing in around 2015, 2016, where we visited all the regions, and we actually trained staff, both regional support staff and academics, on how to retrieve insights from learner analytics and from this dashboard. And part and parcel of that dashboard was a progression risk indicator. Now, you'll remember that UNISA has an academic progression policy which states that a student must complete however many modules in a year in order to progress, so that they finish in the maximum time at UNISA. Now, what that progression risk used to do is it used to calculate the amount of modules a student would register for, the year that they registered for those modules, and how many years they had left to complete the remaining modules of that qualification. And it would produce like a little icon that would give us an indicator of whether that student was at risk of progressing in time to complete in the maximum time. And that was just one functionality 10 years ago. So the capabilities now are far more extensive, but in terms of progression, that's certainly one of the functionalities of learner analytics.
Thank you, Kelly, for touching on that, because yes, we come a long way. We have changed our names so much up until such a time that we decided to call ourselves the institutional intelligence. Maybe if we do that, we'll add some intelligence into our system. So just to add to what Kelly has said, indeed, we progressed beyond that. And then what we have done is that we have now developed the beyond recommended times information products. We have it available on the student system. So what it does is that it also tracks all the metrics that you spoke about, the time that it takes a student to complete a qualification versus the required time for a student to complete that qualification. So immediately, if you can see that a student is taking longer than the recommended time, interventions can begin to happen. But within and there, we also added another level, which now looks at the modules, which is the modules repeat. So what that one does now is that it looks at the specific modules that a student is registered for. So those helps with immediate interventions. And what is nice about the module is that you are able to intervene at early stages, unlike when you now begin to intervene at the qualification level, which is much later, where now we are expected to have a throughput for that specific student. So we do have that. It has been implemented, and we are working towards putting some more intelligence, because we acknowledge the fact that it shouldn't end there, but we also need to look into the LMS measures and metrics, like things like how often does a student log onto an LMS, like how long do they take to submit assignments, and things like do they maybe log on frequently, do they submit assignments on time, do they interact with the learning material that is there. So we are looking into building in that intelligence as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, panel members. It's quite interesting to know that we do have, or we're currently working on some processes in place. But what I'm realizing, there's a lot of initiative happening right here. So I think after the session, I think it's very crucial for the three of you to maybe sit down and collaborate a lot of these issues. Maybe it's the beginning of new research initiatives within the institution, especially some of all the risk factors and components that you've mentioned that you're finding challenging at the moment, and we can find a way forward to actually bring the lecturer's point of view to the learning analytics as well. I think that is very crucial, that relationship is maintained for the way forward. Especially now with the fourth industrial revolution and the challenges of AI within higher education. So that brings me to the next question, is what key ethical and practical issues should institutions consider when using student data for learning analytics in the ODEL context?
Okay, I'm going to touch on this first, if that's okay. Very briefly, though, and I'm going to touch on what Prof. Rennick from Georgia State University has said, because it really resonated with me. I had the same question last year when I had the pleasure of attending one of his presentations, and I said to him, there's so much ethical talk in our country at the moment about harvesting student data and using it. And his point, quite simply, was that a student has come to this institution to be served. You collecting data on them is part of the service to them. And he simply said that should a student not wish to participate in that back-end initiative from the university, they have the option to opt out of the support services. They do not have the option to opt out of having their data collected. So I don't know how Georgia State has got that right. I'm pretty sure there's something we can take from their book and learn. But at the end of the day, I fully agree with it that, yes, I understand that we're harvesting data, and there are the ethical concerns around that. But at the end of the day, the harvesting of the data is in support of the students and not to the detriment of them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I can add to that, so what we do in our department is that we aggregate every information that we pull out there for consumption. So we do not have low-level information like your student number, the name of the student, or even their contact details. Should there be a need for maybe users to request that information for specific reasons. There are procedures that they need to follow, like maybe sending through their request to the registrar with the reasons as to why they need that kind of information. So that's one of the measures, security measures that we put in place, aggregating the information, as well as making sure that we just do not give out information unless if there is permissions to do so. And one other thing is that in most of our information products, we have implemented the row level security, meaning what I get to see might not be what you get to see. So in that is that we segregate the information maybe per college, if there's a need, or per department. So we will not see what we are not supposed to see. So that are some of the measures that we had put in place on our information products.
Some crucial points the colleagues have raised here. I'm going to touch on, I think this all falls under data governance mainly. And data governance in everything we do is always front of mind. We have documented the strategies that we've implemented to ensure that we take care of data governance, data security, avoiding data leakage. That's very important. We need to protect our students' data and make sure that it's not consumed by those that shouldn't be consuming that data. But in terms of ethical considerations, I'm also going to touch on, because we were discussing machine learning, right? And I'm extremely excited, colleagues, that to present, I'm going to be presenting what we've developed as the Center of Excellence, as a machine learning model that we believe is going to change the way we are able to identify our priority students. But what's important there, which we work very hard on, is making sure that we mitigate against bias, right? Because a machine learning model will read data and then it'll spit out what it thinks based on these mathematical calculations applied. But it is still our responsibility to make sure that we mitigate against bias and that we apply responsible AI, responsible machine learning, and we focus on what we should be focusing on, and we avoid bias in our outcomes, because if we don't do that, then we're asking for trouble. Thanks.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Nzimande. And yes, that speaks to the actual feedback of the information that you're going to gather and how that's being implemented. And if that's not done at a very rigorous level, you're going to build a machine or a process that doesn't really speak to your objectives in that perspective. And I must say, I must reflect on, sometimes it's frustrating considering the POPI Act, especially within South Africa, and the data you're allowed to actually use within the South African context, because there's so much data that you can actually use to get the answers that is really required. But there are certain boundaries, and understandably so, to avoid bias and to ensure that there's no data leakages, especially with the private industry now, feeding off from community, or how can I put it, the public's information, So yes, thank you very much for that. So my next question is, how can ODEL institutions like UNISA use learning analytics and AI to innovate while still ensuring inclusion for students in under-resourced settings?
I think I'll have a bite first. So firstly, I mentioned earlier our nudging solution. Now, it would be irresponsible for us to not make sure that our nudging solution takes advantage of a wide array of communication approaches, right? If we were to develop a nudging solution that only sent emails to students, we're assuming that all our students have claimed their MyLife accounts and that they always have access to the necessary resources to engage their emails. That would be wrong. We need to make sure that we explore different types of communication strategies. There are use cases where an SMS would work better than sending out an email. We have students that have been able to adopt the student mobile app. We need to send communication there for those that have adopted. So understanding what our students have been able to adopt and then utilizing those approaches in order to reach our students when we are intervening is very important. I got feedback the other day that the student retention unit was as far as to call students to intervene, to ask why they haven't claimed their My Life. And that's an important intervention, because if other ways or other approaches have not been successful in reaching the students, it may be that the students don't have access to that, right? And if we don't understand that and respond appropriately, we won't reach them. So we might need to pick up the phone with some of our students and get an understanding of what are your challenges. So that's how we would ensure that we're inclusive in delivering this nudging solution that we believe in so much.
Yeah, I think I agree. I don't think there's much there I would add other than that, yes, the student retention, I know that they call a lot, but it's also important, I think, when we're developing these models of student success and retention, that, and I know this seems like an obvious question, an obvious thing, but geography cannot be overlooked for that very reason. So, yeah, for that very reason, I think, yes, AI and learning analytics has a long way and a long journey to go together. But for now as well, we need to not regress, but sometimes also go back to the way things were done. Because, you know, developing a personalized plan for the students and using all the AI tools and learning analytics that we have at our disposal to assist the students such as this, it doesn't assist, but that phone call did. So I think, yes, there's so much space for AI in learning analytics and learner analytics, but we mustn't forget what has worked in the past as well, and to find a synergy between the two.
And maybe to add to the discussions, what I can say is that it's also coming from the data point of view, is that we need to know our students. We need to understand our students. We need to get as much data out of the student as possibly as we can. In our space, we have like tables that speaks to the geography, which looks into like the residence address, the residence province of a student, and then with that it can now begin to assist in identifying if maybe the students are really in under-resourced backgrounds, and if that is the case, then we can begin to make sure that the regional officers are well equipped, not necessarily with just enablement for registration, but also enablement for learning. Like we need to make sure that perhaps there is computers that students can come and access maybe to complete their learning. So we really, in all honesty, need to get to understand and get to know our students through the collection of data.
I may add, colleagues, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. Our academic integrity course, right? We know that that's a challenge. We have thousands of students that are frustrated by having to go through the DC process because they may not have fully understood what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do, right? We have implemented this course that has over 240,000 completions, but most importantly, there is a survey that has, I just checked, 248,000 responses, right? And there's some questions that ask, how do you feel? What are your challenges? We need to use AI to extract insights from them. Does anybody want to go and read 248,000 responses? If you were to start today, you'd probably finish in 5 years' time, right? So that's how we can live. Wherever there is qualitative information that a student has provided us, we need to leverage AI to get insights around that. Another solution, for example, that we are on the brink of delivering is what we call the student AI assistant. We need our own co-pilot. What this is intended to do is, let me ask a question. Do any of you have an idea of how many forum discussion posts we have currently in our Moodle LMS? Any guesses? I'm hearing over 1 million. We have over 6 million posts. Okay? 6 million posts. We have the technology to store all of those posts. We're sitting on a platinum mine where we have 6 million contributions that students have made on our LMS. We need to leverage AI and mine that information. We've got large language models that are capable of interpreting wording and giving us wording to help us understand what are our students struggling with. And not only that, we can also leverage AI to give us ideas on how we can respond and address the issues that they've raised, right? So AI has a huge role to play to help us understand what our students are struggling with and also to help us develop ideas to respond and address those issues.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Nzimande. And panelists, I think what's quite interesting is, and I just want to attach to what you finished off with, is that we are in the space to actually show how we can actually implement AI initiatives within learning analytics, within the ODL space. We are the golden example, and you're quite right in saying that we need to mine that platinum mine because we will be the front runners. We are working with so much data currently, but we will be the front runners in our context. And I think we need to use that. We need to stop worrying about, not worrying, be concerned about how you use AI, but we need to start befriending AI and start knowing how it works and how we can implement that in large language models, deep learning initiatives, and algorithms in order to mine that information that we currently have. But I also want to speak on another topic that you've mentioned is gaining access to student data, but more importantly, like alumni data, which speaks to the actual workspace that they find themselves in, that reflect back on our teaching and learning initiatives in the ODL space, to really see, like tracer studies, right? To really see and give feedback to the experts within data analytics, perhaps, where that can also be fed back into the curriculum, back into the hands of the lecturers within the ODL context, especially at UNISA, So yes, that was the last question for for the panel. I'm gonna open the floor for some questions. If there's anyone, yes, there's the first one. Can we maybe, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to introduce myself and then I will come to my question. My name is Dr. Nilgous. I am a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Inclusive Education. And I want to thank you, I want to thank the panelists as well, based on your responses. It's very interesting and this is desperately what we need. I want to share with you something as well personally, that I'm a disabled individual. I'm someone with that is neurodiverse. In other words, I've got a invisible impairment, okay? And what the panelists answered was head versus heart. Meaning, what you said was correct in a way. But what I want to ask is that because none of the panelists said something about students with disabilities. And I want to ask, with reference to all of our panelists, how do we monitor the data that we receive from students that disclose their disability as well as their impairment? And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm currently doing a neurodiversity project where I look particularly at how neurodivergent students experience CODEL. And out of, I would say when I send it out a call for responses, within 24 hours, 1,000 students responded with the interest to participate. And 500 of those students preferred not to disclose their diagnosis or their specific neurodiversity based on discrimination and based off a potential isolationism that they might experience as well in their specific region. So I want to ask, how do we monitor that? Because it's a desperate need, and our students are really, really struggling as well. Depression, anxiety, suicide. I know that we mentioned something about the underrepresented regions, but you know, those students also feel that 51% of the students felt in the questionnaire that I sent out, felt that although they find that ODEL is very comfortable for them, very convenient for them to study based on their other responsibilities, they feel that they need peer support because that contribute towards the anxiety and depression. So thank you very much and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gous. Any of the panelists want to respond to that?
Firstly, let me acknowledge that us not making mention of students with disabilities was a huge oversight. That is incorrect. And I would like to give you comfort that that is certainly a huge focus area for us. In fact, not so long ago, my team submitted a report to Prof. Matthew that was also tabled with the Dean on suggestions on how we can leverage data to develop initiatives targeted at assisting students with disabilities. It is a huge focus area. We're also working very closely with ARC Suite in the portfolio of the registrar, understanding what initiatives they take care of and how we can enable those using data. Another very important component that I've asked my team to work on specifically is ensuring that the information products we share can also be consumed by colleagues and students with disabilities. And there's techniques that are available for us to utilize to ensure that those insights can be consumed. So it is a huge focus area. And yes, it definitely was an oversight to not mention that, especially when talking about our priority students. Thanks.
Yes, indeed, it is an oversight, but just to maybe add to what Mr. Nsimande has said, we do have information on disability. It is there on our student walk, and also it's part of the information that is under the row level security. Not everybody does have access to the information. We've got like the aggregated figures, as I said, and we also have the types of disabilities. And then it's there, we do have it, but it's somewhat a bit sensitive and like relevant departments can access.
And I think I just wanted to add as well, I think when it comes down to the challenge of data warehousing and the silos between, I think the Directorate for Counselling and Career Development cannot be overlooked, and the data that they store as well, which is pertinent, I think, to your question. And again, with the authority and the security required for that level of information, but so that information should be read back into the bigger data house, that there is a risk, that, you know, a risk has been identified, whether it's from a tuition side or an effective side, a risk has been identified and should be intervened upon.
Thank you so much, panelists. Dr. Gous, I actually want to invite you to contact me. We are currently, Dr. Heers and myself is currently working on staff with disabilities, invisible disabilities in the institution. I don't know if that's something you might be interested, as well as Professor Nkumbane. That is our area of her area of expertise, and we're currently delving into invisible disabilities. So please contact us and we'll see what initiatives we can collaborate on. All right. Any other questions?
All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to be phrasing my questions around quote by Love Hamby, who said data is a new oil. And Michael Palmer continued to that. Data is like mine, as you said, is like oil. It needs to be refined, because if it is not refined, it cannot be used. And Mem Kelly, I think you touched on something to say we need to know our students. And I want to expand to say, and maybe it's sort of a reflective question. as lecturers and supervisors to say, do we really know our students? Because when our students apply in August, September, and DSAR finalize application, we only meet them in January in our learning management system. We don't know Nikki, where he's coming from, what are the social issues that affect him, and there is that aggregate teaching strategy without really knowing them. And I'm trying to check with you to say, and I think you touched in terms of your question around opportunities for us now to leverage that to say, do we really know our students? And if you can think of enrollment management, we are really struggling with enrollment targets and so forth, year in, year out. And now, if you go to Google, you search for something, let's say holiday. Immediately when you go to one of the apps, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and so forth, there is already a feed about holiday and so forth because you have started that. And that's part of following you. Are we really following our students? So that when we open applications, we already know whom we are targeting, not just everyone come. And later when they fail, we start to struggle and so forth. That is the first one. You also ask about ethical issues. And it's for me now related to what Dr. Prince asked earlier. In terms of the AI models that are trying to use or that really need data to train themselves, how do we then balance the social benefit of that? If you think of Microsoft, it's a private company. And imagine almost 7,000 of us as staff, and including 379,000 students, of the data that we're printing every day. They've got that platinum mine in terms of that data, and they're already perfecting their Copilot and many other AI tools. How do we then balance between the private use and selling of that data vis-a-vis the social benefit of that particular data? The last one is around, and I think you touched on it, but I don't think I'm hearing it coming to say, is there really appetite as a university for a proper data governance strategy? So that then we know who is our student, where are they coming from? And I think the focus is more on teaching and learning, and understandably so why we focus on student. But I may also need to add staff so that we also know who are our staff, where are they, what are they doing, and those kind of things. Let me pause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Chanu. Panelists want to respond? Okay, Prof. Yes.
Thank you very much, colleagues. This is really eye-opening what you are saying, and I hope it doesn't end here, and it does find a space somewhere within our university. The issue of not knowing our students has been something that has been spoken about for many years, but there's no appetite to ensure that that happens. And I'm glad that there are these kinds of AI can be an enabler in that regard. But one thing that I always say that we lose an opportunity on is that when students apply and they register, that's a huge time that we are not utilizing it effectively to get to know who we are attracting, to get to know who these students are, let alone the ones that are already in our system. That's a time where we need to have MOOCs, where every student has to go through this MOOC in order for them first to understand how we operate in this space. What is ODEL, what type of assignments we're getting. You know, we did a mini study last year to find out where dropout happens. We found that dropout happens right at the beginning. They don't know how to even upload their assessment. And once they stop, we are not even following those up to find out what is happening here. We just leave them, and that's it. We have lost 50% of our students. We lose a very huge number, about 50% in the first two assignments, period. And that's that. And that could be stopped if we start training them, even if they are not registered yet, with MOOCs and allowing these AI tools to assist us to support the students so that by the time they get into this new system that they know nothing about, they are already equipped. If you miss students on orientation, you have missed them forever. If they knock at that door and that door is not opening, they're gone forever. So I think we need to also focus a lot more on this. That's why we won't even meet our targets. We won't meet our targets because we don't even know what we are targeting for. We don't even know what we are expecting from our students, because once we have that, we know that these are the type of students we are going to be having. Then it's also an opportunity for us as lecturers to be given maybe another book or whatever, that this is what to expect in maths education, this is what you need to do, and therefore your assessment must be geared towards this level, and you start with that level in order to build onto it. But I think it's a problem of higher education in South Africa in general. There's a lot of assumptions that we are getting students who are ready for universities. Many students, no one is ready for universities, even including us when we started. No one is ready for universities. You are never ready for something that you don't know. It's like being a mother. You are never ready until you can have a child. No one can help you to be ready for that. So it's important for us to also know who our students are so that we are also preparing ourselves and stop pushing content, because that's an easy way to do things, and start teaching. Teaching and content are two different ways. Content is everywhere in this technological era. Allow our students to go and look for content. Allow our students to do the things that they should be doing, rather than and teach them. One of my lecturers many years ago used to say, teach students how to learn, and they will learn anything. And I think that's what we need to start. And that's where we need to focus on who our students are and what they are here to do. And let's not come up with our own ways of thinking that at university you have to be at this level. Who says that that level is the right level for anyone? In this country now, we are not even creating people good enough for job market. So why are we calling ourselves relevant? We are not responsive, we are not relevant, and even students don't even want what we are teaching them. We have turned them into zombies by just going there and regurgitating whatever that we have fed them. And you say they copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mpini.
Thank you, Prof. I just want to respond to Dr. Chano's first question, I think which touches on yours as well, Prof, about getting to know your students and know the profile of your students. And this is why I think the ODEL readiness tool is important and should be incorporated into learning analytics systems at UNISA. Because the registration form at UNISA, like you said, they come in Jan, that's the first time the lecturer would get to know about their students. And the information that they're privy to would be that which is on the LMS and the information that was perhaps captured on the registration form. Now, that information doesn't give you an indication of how much time the student has during the week to dedicate to their studies. Now, that information is in the ODEL readiness tool. How many dependents do your students have? That's another important aspect that needs to be considered when profiling your students. So it is of crucial importance from my point of view that the ODEL readiness tool with the FYE MOOC to give us an indication of ODEL readiness for the institution, not necessarily about their profile, but those two systems as well need to be incorporated when we, when we mine data and look for insights. Thank you.
From my side, what I can say is that I'm really agreeing with you. We do not have those soft metrics currently on our student system database. We do not have those soft metrics on the application form. What we ask is quantitative information, your age, your race, your gender, your province. So I'd like to take back the question to you and ask you, what is it that you want us to capture going forward? What is it that you want to know about our students? So if you answer those questions, then we might be able to assist in altering our data capturing. Thank you.
And I think that comment, and thanks, colleagues, and thank you for the great questions. That comment circles back to what I'd mentioned earlier, that it's a collaborative effort. I mentioned that we need to engage on what risk factors we care about so that we can develop information products that help you monitor that. But what features, what attributes do we care about the student, right? We need to, and I think it also comes back to us as the solution provider, right? We have business analysts that need to be engaging you every day, we're trying already, to understand exactly what is it that you care about. And we quantify that. We might be in a situation where you have 200 attributes that you care about, but we only have 56 that are sitting in our databases. But actually, we might have 200 that you care about and we have 199, but we only are reporting on, let's say, 40 of them, right? So we need to collaborate, quantify all the attributes that the colleagues care about, and work very hard to produce the information products that you need. What I have open here that I'd like to share with you is my favorite quote of all time. It's actually also my, it's on my WhatsApp status, actually. That's how much I care about it. And it's by Stephen Few, who is considered to be the father of dashboarding. And this quote says, "We're overwhelmed by information, not because there's too much, but because we don't know how to tame it," right? And that's what we're discussing here. What's the best way we can tame it? And I wanted to add to the very first question, I believe it was, that you asked, is to say, what are our barriers? And we discussed those and it sounded quite negative, but the positive spin on that is that as UNISA, we have problems that many other institutions don't have, that are putting us in a situation where we have to think very hard on how to resolve them. Colleagues, if we solve these problems, if we manage to get through this, we'll have a lot to teach many other institutions. So we're in a very strong position. I always boast and say, we have the best data analysts in the world, not because they're the best at using the technology, but they've got the most difficult problems to solve every single day. So this is an opportunity, colleagues. Let's take that opportunity. Let's use it and implement these solutions, and then research, boast about the impact that we have made in implementing these solutions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nzimande. I think to maybe just reflect on that before I take another question is, Prof. Mpini mentioned, kind of to sum it up, is the need for an intro into the ODEL context. But what I also realized, but we're actually discussing now, is also the implementation of, lack of a better word, AI pedagogy. How are we going to design that? And I think, again, we are the people that will be able to define that. Yes, which forms part of AI literacy from that perspective. But not just that, we can find unique ways in how we can apply artificial intelligence within the learner analytics component and feed it back to staff, the actual lecturers on the ground, and also show students how that is actually done. So we're in a sort of a paradigm shift, and we need to grasp that opportunity. And that a paradigm can only be formulated with various theories. So it's our responsibility to do so, I think. All right, thank you so much, panelists. Let's take 2 more questions, and I think we can then wrap up. I just quickly want to ask Prof. Nkubane, and then Prof. Klaskwin-Johnson, and then we'll get to you. Prof. Nkubane?
Thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. In other universities that I think people have studied at abroad, as soon as you are done with your qualification, you get a degree completed immediately. But with UNISA, it takes about, I think, close to 6 months for a qualification audit. Now, I wanted to find out, because remember, part of us being here is to see how we can use these technological affordances to actually better our provisions. You mentioned something about databases not speaking to each other. The fact that the qualification takes so long, is it because of these different databases? What is the cause? And as I'm asking, maybe you might not know what the cause is, but then how can we solve this? Let's think together, because of course we might not know, but we want to see how to do it going forward. Then secondly, you mentioned something. Remember again, in the UNISA vision, we are about social justice and all this. And we've ratified to the United Nations and Agenda 2063, all these things that talk about enabling access and mostly right to education, not only for South Africans, but because you're an ODEL institution, you are international. Now, Ms. Mukele mentions that you want to link IDs to the student profile so that we can know what is happening. Now, how are you going to do this when we have students that are in Ethiopia, Japan, Ghana, and wherever? And while I ask this question, remember we have an internationalization office and we work with different, foreign missions. How are we going to leverage our relations with these foreign, missions to actually enhance access for the students that want to study with UNISA? This is going to improve two things: to ensure that we provide the right to education for everyone all over Africa and in the world at large, but also it's going to help with enrollments, because we know very well, graduate studies will tell you, there are many students in the queue to get into our masters and PhDs, but they are blocked by SAQA. And yet we are saying we are enabling systems. Why are we still questioning people when they studied, I don't know, University of Nigeria? Why are we not creating systems that will enable that there's some kind of a QR code, for lack of whatever, I don't understand what you guys can design, so that when someone has graduated, we immediately see there's a sort of like one qualification recognition, so that someone is not stuck for 2 years trying to wait for SAQA to approve for them to do a PhD. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nkubani. Panelists?
I think Ms. Mukele, I think will address the matter of the IDs. What I wanted to address is, I think what you've shared very importantly there, Prof, is a list of critical pain points. Right? You mentioned the pain point around the time it takes for a student's qualification to be verified. Where data can definitely play a role there is creating transparency around that process. We need an information product that reflects on the turnaround time. And we need to go back in time, understand where the challenges are. Is there specific qualifications or is it across the board? Because that process should be a process that is system enabled, that has data that is kept on a database. We need to mine that and reveal that insight, right? And once we do reveal that insight, what we might find is that the process is far too manual. And that's where technology comes back in then again to say, what business application can we develop to improve that process? Many of you might be aware of the performance excellence application that we've recently rolled out to enable improvements on the performance management process, right? Where colleagues are no longer having to manually collect information and submit reports that need to be reviewed. There's an application that has reduced the number of clicks, the amount of information that you need to capture, and significantly reduced the amount of time it takes to report on performance. We need to use techniques like that to resolve these pain points. You also mentioned another process. Any process that leverages a system means that there's data that can be utilized to create insights and understand in more depth what the problems are so that we can decide what technology then we need to apply or to implement to enable that process.
Thank you for taking that one. And maybe just to add around the completions, maybe it's due to reasons that are attached to maybe like the payments or maybe the audit process. So we also have an information product that addresses that. It's called the partially completed students, because we don't just neglect them, we flag them under the partially completed students. So once they have satisfied all those metrics, then they can move over to graduation process and to be classified as complete. So maybe to also touch on the issue of the IDs, what I can say is that it might be a bit tricky, especially when we have now to cross borders and verify the students' IDs. But what I can say is that at this point in time, we are sitting with about 300 students that have been flagged as not South African students. But what they have done is that they found a way to sort of like maybe like forge ID numbers, which are not correct. They're actually international students, but they found a way to sort of like get South African ID numbers to register on our systems. It's something that is happening at the moment. We are dealing with it. So it's quite a risk. So because loopholes are there, systems always have loopholes, and everyone will always take advantage of a system that have loopholes. So that's very typical. That's why I'm thinking that perhaps going forward we need to put those validation measures in place.
Thank you so much, panel members. I'm going to take two more questions. I just quickly want to give Prof. Glasquin-Johnson an opportunity to... Do you still have a question, Prof? Yes, I'm quite sure. Okay, that's fine. Please continue.
Thank you so much, panelists. As a lecturer, I need to know how often my students access our LMS. But it's so cumbersome because I've got 200 or even 5,000 students. And it's so good when I can go to, there's a site called participant site. When I just go through the names of the students, looking at how many hours do they access the system, you find a student written never, which means that student ever since has registered has never accessed our LMS. Now, my question, is it possible for you to develop a system that would assist us to track how often our students access LMS so that I can be able to maybe follow up on that and try to assist them? Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists?
If I may. So we have an information product called the LMS Engagement Analytics Information Product. It's in QA at the moment. We should be rolling that out very soon. The intention of that is to cover exactly that. Analytics that reveals the extent to which students are engaging with the LMS. And we look forward to presenting that to you. What I wanted to indicate, though, is that it's not an easy task at all. Again, like I did earlier, does anyone want to take a guess how many on the table that logs all of the activity that our students partake in on the LMS? How many records we're having to refresh and update on our data warehouse? So we hit 6.5 billion records just the other day, right? And we've got architecture that enables us to refresh that every day within a matter of 30 minutes, right? So the architecture is there, the data is there. We're just working on packaging these insights in a way that is easy for you to consume. And there's also data governance and security that we need to take into consideration as well. We need to implement the appropriate level of row-level security because not everybody needs to see all of these insights. So it does take a little bit of time, but we're very close to releasing that, and you will have those insights. Thanks, Colin.
And maybe also to add, I think we need to begin to create awareness, because we have all these information products, but we are not really sure if colleagues are using them, colleagues are accessing them. So maybe from my side, what I can say is that we need to begin to collaborate and create awareness within the university, because the data is there, it's accessible, it's analyzed. It's just for you to interact with it and also to make decisions out of it. So my takeaway would be collaboration and create awareness.
Maybe just one more thing, if I may share another saying that I'm quite fond of. I can't remember who it was, but it's definitely a quote. It's not my quote, colleagues. Person who once said, I apologize for writing a long letter. I did not have the time to write a short one. Okay? And the reason I'm so fond of that is because one of the most difficult tasks we have is that with all of this data that we have and all of these information products that we have developed, we have a difficult task of packaging it in a way that does not overcomplicate things. You need to be able to receive the insights in a consumer in an intuitive manner. And I think that's the challenge that we need to collaborate on, right? Make sure that we package an environment. We have one door policy where everybody has one place where they access all the information that they need in an extremely intuitive way. So we've got a big challenge there, colleagues, and we're working very hard to get to that point. But again, these things take time.
Thank you, Mr. Nzamande. Is there any other questions on the... Yes.
Thank you very much, Yigo. I'm sitting here and I wonder, now this has been mentioned before. Yesterday I've received a number of emails of students asking me when I responded to the email in terms of look at your study guide. Students saying, where do I find the study guide? So now I'm asking myself, how is it possible the student can ask me where to find the study guide if the student doesn't know about the LMS system? Surely that student should be able to go straight to TEM 2605 and then access the study guide and whatever additional study material is there online. How is it possible the student cannot just go there? Some of them says, I've registered late and I don't know how to get to this and to that and to that. Now TEM has got like 16,900 students, so it's impossible for me to go there and show everybody else. I wonder now, if it's not possible, because I'm seeing now the problem, like the dean has said, about 50% of students accessing or rather quitting even before they start. I wonder, with the same course you have like for integrity, is there I don't know, I mean, and I know there might be video recordings and other information for students, orientation and so on. But many of them, they don't really go for that. And that's why they're so lost. I wonder if you can't, create a similar course to the integrity course. You have just told us how many responses were there. If there cannot be such a short course, a compulsory one for students, that they can do on ODEL and the expectations of this environment of the university, so that when they register, they get straight into knowing what is expected of them and what to do. They must pass that, because they can even before they can register. And that will help us to retain those ones that says, man, this is too complicated, I'm leaving. So they will have the results of their engagement, and then based on that, they will say, I am ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prince. Panelists?
I think this speaks to the FYE MOOC that the student retention developed a few years ago. First of all, that which provides that information. Then we've also got the ODEL readiness tool, which also gives a snippet of this is what you can expect in ODEL. Like it poses questions such as, do you know that when you register at UNISA, you will have no face-to-face classes? And there's a yes or no option there. And you go, no, I didn't know that. And then it pops up and it goes, well, at UNISA, as a distance education student, you must know that you will not be studying in a classroom, etc., etc. So those two systems, I think, speak to that. But beside from the systems, there's also, I don't know if it's a DSAR, I don't know who actually houses this, but there is the Studies at UNISA brochure, which outlines LMS engagements, how to contact your lecturers, what are the support services, how do you get hold of, these various directorates and stuff like that. So for me, it's threefold. It's the FYE MOOC, it's the ODEL readiness tool, and then it's the Studies at UNISA brochure, which speak to all of that.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. The only thing I'd add is that I think we need a suite of AI assistants as well, right? Microsoft, you would have seen when you open your laptop, you get nudged now that, hey, there's a co-pilot, right? If you've installed any Microsoft applications on your phone, you have this, hey, there's a co-pilot, right? Microsoft is sort of nudging us to go and use this. We need some UNISA co-pilots. Might not be one that solves all, but we need a co-pilot that's intuitive. Student can press the button and ask that question to provide you some relief. Because if a student is having to send an email and expecting you to give feedback, you're not going to give that feedback to 16,900 students. We need these smart agents that will provide that relief. And it goes back to the different types of AI that our keynote speaker was talking about. There's also a type of AI that's quite topical right now that's called agentic AI, where beyond just interpreting wording and giving feedback and wording, you then are able to train in a simple manner, relatively, some of these, an agent to take action. They're not replacing what you're doing. You're deciding what you need to do. They're just helping you scale that out. Right? So that agentic AI is really an area that we need to look into and deliver some solutions around that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nzimande and panel. Yes, I think that is actually a very good recommendation, is an internal component, because not only, this is what AI is actually meant for when it comes to, the higher education context, especially in ODL, is if you think about the responses that lecturers at higher education lecturers have on the scale at UNISA, considering the student numbers, AI can assist with that process in informing the student through the bot. It might be simple questions like certain policies around the teaching and learning process, what are the rules, what is the process that I need to follow, and some of the examples of the courses that you've mentioned now could be actually provided through that bot, depending on what they ask. And I think that is very good. That's a very good idea, which will minimize a lot of the administrative processes that our lecturers are actually facing in this context. That's one step towards the right direction. And I think that would be a great initiative. And I can almost feel, Prof. Makwe, I can feel a learning analytics writing retreat coming up, where I think we really need to get the minds of this university together, because you could see the panel itself as a collaborative talk narrative that is happening here. There's a lot of overlap. And there's a lot of initiatives, project initiatives that this university needs to take AI and AI pedagogy to the next level. And it starts here at UNISA. I think we do have the expertise. We definitely have the data. We must just use it. We need great minds with very sophisticated logical structures, because that is what AI or what learner analytics consists out of. It's algorithms and the logic behind the data that you are going to apply. And I think we do have some great minds here. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of the panel discussion. I can see the energy is quite low. We will be, yes. Okay, let me take one more question and then we're going to close officially. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. To those who do not know me, I am Sakiseni Joseph Yende. I am from the Language Education, Arts and Culture Department, section planner. I just want to actually pose a question, or rather a food for thought. As we continue with our interactions, not only within this space, but also in our private space. Recently, I had an opportunity to meet one of the students as I continuously interact with them. It was mainly based on the issue of AI. I'm privileged to have my younger brother who's doing computer science, specializing with mechatronics of some sort. So he told me about this very interesting way that you can bypass, the visibility that one has used AI, of which is personally, it becomes very difficult to work, with students when it comes to these, AI-generated information. As said, you can humanize the writing of AI in such a way that even AI cannot pick up what you have already, done through it. So it becomes one of the challenge, when it comes to these, conversations with AI. I think we need to take it deeper. But also, one of the things that triggered me as I was interacting with one of the students, I heard Prof speaking about, the level of students who are not even attending, classes. It's a fact. Online, they do not do that. So I asked one student that I met, that where are you studying? She said, no, she's doing education at UNISA. I said, interesting. I've never come across, your face or you on the system. Obviously, I'm not even teaching her module. But she said a very interesting thing that left me wondering. She said to me she doesn't see the need of attending classes online. And this is the conversation that they time to time have. And I asked why. She said, because, the study guides is there and everything, it's clear to them. So it left me wondering, because we are always pushed to have students. I have a class of about 516, but time to time, you only have about 10 or 15 students. But they all submit assignments and they all get, good marks. So it leaves me wondering what one could do. Personally, I thought that perhaps as a university, we should have a certain percentage of marks that are allocated to class attendance, which will assist us to run away from that. And we need to be very, bold in terms of that. If students have not attended a certain number of classes, they are not going to write their exams. I think that will assist us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Panelists?
While I can agree in some regard, I think...
Colleagues, please just give us a few minutes. We're almost done.
Disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. From matric, I came to UNISA. I am a I'm a first generation student in my family, and I came to UNISA as an undergrad. I chose UNISA for its open distance model. I chose UNISA so I could be left alone. I chose UNISA because I wanted to do things at my own pace, and this is the truth. So now I will have a lecturer telling me, you cannot write an exam because you haven't showed up on the LMS. And I never failed one of my modules, not one. I never attended one discussion forum. I never attended a tutorial, be it face-to-face, online, peer, anything. I chose this mode for this mode. And I think that needs to be kept in mind as well. There are students like me out there who choose distance education so that they are left alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, that's a very important point. And that's why the nudging is so important, right? Because if we nudge and ask for feedback, then we get to understand our student preferences, right? But also that's why reflecting on the attributes that you're interested in is important, because we need to reflect, right? And say, if a key attribute is we want a flag that indicates which students attended classes and which didn't. We create that flag, then we reflect on performance. And we give the lecturer feedback and say, do you know that for those students that have attended, their performance is actually lower than those that haven't, which means the quality of the material you're providing them doesn't need additional synchronous activity. But that might not be the case for another module with different content, right? So that's why ours is to make sure that we develop an environment or a platform that is agile, that helps you identify which risk factors are relevant for your module. And then you decide how you want to intervene. And if you feel these are the 3 things that I'm worried about, then you submit a request. On these 3 risk factors, I would like nudges. And you have a system that enables you to activate that, and those nudges are taking place without human intervention. That's where we're trying to get to. Thanks, Carl.
Yes, which speaks to the ODEL pedagogy overall. I mean, that's pretty much what we do. Colleagues, thank you so much for sitting with us through this process. It was a very, very interesting and very necessary talk, I think. There's going to be a lot of newborn projects here to change the way we do things in the 4th Industrial Revolution. I want to thank the panelist members for availing yourself, taking your valuable time to come and host us. Thank you so much. Colleagues, let me give over to Professor Peterson. It's your time to shine again. Thank you, colleagues.
Shine bright like a diamond. Thank you, Jehu, for taking control of the roundtable discussions. Colleagues, you want to continue another round? No, you are excused. But let me just also, before you go, ask all of us to just give another round of applause, because I think you've done such a good job this afternoon. Thank you. Colleagues, very quickly. Thanks. Very quickly, just a quick announcement. I've just been made aware that they're outside at the bottom of Khorong, in that sort of can I call it that securitized space for very important parking people like Professor Ngobani, that there is a silver Mercedes-Benz, a sedan module, whose window is kind of open. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was that person, I would not leave now. No, please, if that is you, kindly go down and see if you can close your window, because the security downstairs is concerned. So if you don't mind, we won't look now. We won't. Then we are almost approaching lunch. And guess what? I went to AI and I on my phone, Perplexity, and I asked it to give me some funny food-related jokes before lunch. And I like this one. The first one it gave me was this. It says, "Why did the salad go to the party?" Anyone? Why did the salad go to the party? Yeah, the salad. Because it was dressing up. Ah, no one laughed. Come on, guys. Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm so proud to be a Unisian and a colleague in the College of Education, because this morning we had some rich engagement, some rich reflections, and from Professor, our keynote speaker, and to our panelists here that shared all their experiences and all the opportunities. There's so much of what we can do to be able to innovate and set new trends. Someone said here, we brag on so many levels, on so many fronts, and I think if we kind of tap into the opportunities here this morning, then we'll be able to reach levels of innovation, and we'll be able to brag about being the first in all the research that we do in terms of learning analytics as well as research. So Prof. Munyai, expect a lot of articles coming out of this morning. Amandla. All right, colleagues. A quick announcement also then from Professor Ngobani that please do not rush off. We are going to approach lunch now, but the speakers and the panelists would like to take a little photo. So please do not rush off. Enjoy your lunch, or before the lunch even. That would be even better, I think. If you could come up and we'll take a little picture, or not.
Colleagues, Prof. Mark, through you, when we go for these things, the VC will normally send a register around 3. And that's what we are going to do. You are going to eat and come back. If you don't come back, Prof is here. We'll deal with you. Yeah, so Prof Peterson is being soft about this. I said, say people mustn't leave after lunch. That's what I say. Thank you. You are registered again. Huh? No one will sleep. They must be here.
You see why I would never want Prof Ngobane to be my boss. Hey. All right, colleagues, I think lunch is ready. Or not? Not ready yet? Yes. I almost forgot, sorry. We're going to do something that will keep our brains and our bodies a bit active. So stand up if you want to. Open your laptop, your phone. We're now going to have a little feedback poll by Dr. Young Wilken and Dr. Hees. I don't know if they're here, but over to you.
Thank you, Prof. I am just going to reconnect and just make sure. I need to present, Prof. Oh, thank you, Tech. Oh, is it active?
HDMI cable, yeah. It's there. And doesn't break your. Good. Okay. Will it take a while?
Oh. Yay. Okay. I need a podium. I've got to be shorter.
Let me help you.
Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's better. Hi, colleagues. Me again. I have been tasked with conducting a short poll, a feedback session, just on the morning session. I'm just going to play around with these cables, see what's going on. Right. Okay. I am working with a free version of Menti, so I am only going to take 50 responses, 50. So it's fastest finger first. I just want to, okay, it's actually fine. Those of you who want to join, may I request that you use your phone or your laptop and go to menti.com, MENTI.com. In the code at the top to join this Menti. Just read it out. It is 14555841. And the first question is this. Okay. So you're going to go to menti.com. And as soon as you land on that page, it's going to say, please insert a code, and that code is 14555841. For those of you who are familiar, or those of you who are rather not familiar, this is Mentimeter. It is an online engagement software that allows real-time responses. So as you engage and give me your response, the slide will adapt to fit your response, and it's aligned with all the others. I currently have 20, 37, 38, 39 people online, 39 responses rather.
41 people on this Menti. And I'm telling this by the bottom corner. The bottom right-hand corner, there's a little human icon. It says 28/43. Okay, it keeps changing. Those are the number of responses over the number of people on the Menti. So the first question is this. Which statement best describes you? I have a phobia of learning or learner analytics. I'm open to it. Or I love learner analytics. So we only have one person in the room so far who has a phobia of it. Thankfully, the responses are anonymous, so we don't know who you are. Okay, so I've got 50 people engaging on the Menti now. 43 people have responded. And this is really cool for those of you who seek synchronous engagements in their modules. It's a nice tool to use. I'm sure when it comes to training funds, you can maybe budget for the full version of this, which allows unlimited responses, and it allows you to extract your data, which the free version doesn't. Alrighty, next slide. How often do you make use of learning or learner analytics? Never, rarely, sometimes, often, or always? I'm assuming that always are our colleagues from BI. Yes, this table. Yes, I assumed. There's also another way that you can join Mentees. You can actually put a QR code on your presentation if you prefer, learners to sign in or scan on with their phones rather and use their phone and cameras and whatnot. Alrighty, you can see actually I've gone over the number of responses. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. But luckily it allows for a little bit of flexibility if you go over your capped amount on the free one. Okay, next question. In your view, what is the greatest barrier to implementing learner analytics at UNISA? This is the word cloud option. I love this one. So as you start typing in your words, my word cloud is going to populate in front of you. Those words that are more prominent will be bigger on the cloud. Those that are less frequent or less frequently mentioned will be smaller on the cloud. So no one's yet said anything. What is the greatest barrier to implementing learning? Thankfully, your responses are anonymous. I don't know who put Donald Trump, but I like it. And you'll see the slide constantly changes as the responses come in, and it'll constantly re-update and readjust. The best survey software, best engagement software anyway. Elon Musk is there. They seem to go together, the two of them, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Okay, so as you can tell, the biggest barrier from this room, according to your responses, is time. It's there in the middle, it keeps coming up, it's bigger, and awareness. Can you see awareness keeps coming up? And the other ones start getting smaller as they go. Really, really cool software. Okay, next one. And this is the last slide, colleagues, because this was only a 5-minute Q&A poll feedback. Please, would you take the time to rate the degree to which you found the first session of the ODELs R&R week today, the extent to which you enjoyed it. And again, as you guys start engaging on the sliders will move. Oh, someone gave us a 1. Shocker. Circular. Better, much better. Much better. It's getting better. 56 people on the slide, 19 people responding. Thank you for the heart. And as you wrap up your responses, colleague, this Q&A poll session is wrapped up for me. I will be back here later to do another one. Thank you, colleagues. I'll leave that up. Shall I leave it up?
Yeah, that's okay.
We'll
get your computer. Oh, you're going to take it.
All right.
Thanks.
Is it showing the whole time?
It did.
Okay. Sorry.
No. You can just leave it there. Thank you. Colleagues, let's give another round to our mentee, guys. I think lunch is now ready. Colleagues at the back, can I just have a quick indication? Seems like they are. All right. Colleagues, we're now going to break for lunch. Can I ask that we are back here at 2 o'clock, and that'll be our next session on postgraduate research on ODL. Right? Let's leave it at that.
has been driving this project and is here still driving. And thank the previous facilitators. From the feedback that we got, I think it's going well. And we must also thank those that are online, because we have been getting feedback online that people are actually with us. So we are going to request Dr. Akintolu to come and introduce Professor Maseko. It was supposed to be Miss Sephora, but I think she was under the impression that we'll start at 2, so they're outside, and unfortunately we've changed. So Dr. Akintolu to come and introduce Professor Maseko. Thank you. Before that happens, can the... Oh, you didn't get it? Oh, Chineke. Okay, we change. Where's your bag? Where's your bag?
Keep them busy, keep them busy.
Hey, you keep them busy. Tell them a story. Yeah. What is coming?
Oh. Let me see on the system. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, I'm Akintolu, as rightly said by Professor Ngubani. I'm just here to introduce Professor Maseko. I'm very sorry. I just got this 40 seconds ago. We are trying to put it up so I can just read it to you. Just give us a few seconds. Yeah. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Professor Maseko is an associate professor in the School of Educational Studies at the Department of Psychology of Education. Her research interest includes learner support, family, school, and community partnership towards the inclusion of learners with disability, and support for learners and caregivers in fostering care setting. She has successfully supervised 22 M&Ds and 5 PhD students to completion, with some graduating with cum laude, and one of our M&D students received a Vice Chancellor's Award for the best M&D in 2023. Professor Maseko has published numerous academic articles with our master's and doctoral students, and has presented research at both national and international conferences. She was presented with a certificate for the best presentation at the International Conference on Education at Distance Learning in Barcelona, Spain in 2019. In addition, Professor Maseko is involved in special school and prison community projects. She is an external examiner for master's and doctoral students, research studies, and has assessed students from various universities, including UNISA, UKZN, Northwest University, University of Pretoria, University of Western Cape, SUN, UNAME, University of Namibia, if I'm right. Then she is currently a chair for teaching and learning and representing the department and college teaching and learning committee. She also serves as a member of the following committee: Departmental Ethics Committee, Higher Degree Committee, and Research Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Professor Maseko, an associate professor from the Psychology of Education College, Psychology of Education, College of Education, University of South Africa. Professor Maseko, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay. Sure. Penny. It's okay, yes. Good afternoon, colleagues, and yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mainly, I'm going to share my experience on postgraduate supervision. So mainly my presentation here will focus on my experience, but I'll also touch on the types of postgraduate supervision. This is my outline for this presentation. I'll be looking at supervision models, cohort supervision, and also give you a little bit of background on cohort supervision because that's the model that I'm using. And we'll also look at the framework that underpins the model that I'm using. We'll look at the aims, why am I using that, what are the benefits, and which mode of delivery do I normally use with my students, and also share with you the best practices that we can use in making sure that we supervise our students in an appropriate way. And also I have some student experiences. I spoke to my students just to do a short video clip on their experiences. So if time allows, I will also share some of those video clips that I did make for my students. Okay, so the first part that I'm going to look at, it's the modes of supervision, of which, I'm talking here to academics, to researchers. I think we are familiar with these modes that I'm going to talk about. The first one is the traditional supervision model, that most of us, we are using it. That's where it's one-on-one, where you just sit with your student and you provide support that you can. And the advantage with this one is you have enough time to interact with your student. But unfortunately, the challenge there, it can be very much an isolated situation because you don't have to talk to anyone or any of your peers. It's just you and your supervisor. And again, it also depends how is your relationship between you and your supervisor. Okay, the second one is the co-supervision model. Normally, it's 2 supervisors. It's good for the student because now we are going to get the support from 2 individuals who are experts in that field. But unfortunately, the challenge there, you find that most of the students complain that they don't get feedback. If they get feedback, it would be from one part, the other part, there's no feedback. And also, there's also a challenge of power relations there. So, and then the third part, it's the panel supervision model, whereby you'll have a group of experts or group of supervisors who will be supervising you and guiding you. Again, it is good that you're going to get different opinions and you're going to get the support. If one is not there, the other one is available to can provide you with the support that you need. And then you also have the project-based supervision, of which I believe that most of the colleagues, especially those who are who have applied for projects, so they normally take their students to be part of the project. So it is structured and it's around a specific project. So you can't do any other thing besides what the project entails or what was the requirement for for the project when it was applied for. So that's one of the challenges, because now you can't do anything, you can't be flexible enough. So whatever data that you'll have to work on, it's the data that is based on that specific project. Then we have the other part, that is a mixed supervision model. This is the combination of supervision models. It can be the traditional, it can be the co-supervision, it can be the panel supervision. So again, there it is also a good one, because now as a supervisor you look at the strength of your student, and you look at which one would best suit your student. So it is important, again, colleagues, that we understand our students. And I'm happy that most of the speakers this morning were talking about knowing our students, of which we fail to understand. We want our students to do the way we want, instead of understanding how do they learn, how do they understand some of the things. Okay, so just to give you a little bit background, remember I said I'm going to tell you about my story and how do I use this cohort supervision. So I use that model, and the background there is it's supervising the masters and the post and the PhD students, and there it's something that I can't do on my own. I involve other supervisors, other colleagues. So it's also helpful because you collaborate with your colleagues. And the cohort supervision, the other thing is you are able to involve other institutions. So you might have a friend who is a colleague, maybe in UKZN, and is supervising the student, can be part of your cohort supervision, because that colleague will also bring his or her own students to be part of the group. And the other thing with this, when I thought about it, is all of us as supervisors, we had different personal experiences as being supervised, either on your PhD or on your master's. So we came with different experiences, and some of the experiences were not good, some of the experiences were good. So we took what was good to make sure that we provide our students we provide our students with support that they deserve. Because sometimes the mistake that we do as supervisors, if you are not well supervised, you still have that anger. And that anger, at the end of the day, it affects your students, of which it's not fair. So let's learn from our own experiences and don't do something that you won't want someone to do it to you. Okay, so for this one, what I did, I look at the students that I was supervising, just to make sure who am I going to approach to be part of this cohort supervision as a supervisor. So some of my students, most of their focus was more on curriculum, and I'm not a curriculum specialist. So I had to look for someone who is from the Department of Curriculum to come in so that he can bring that element of curriculum for a specific student. And I also involved someone who has an inclusive education background, of which is good because some of the students are focusing on that, and also had someone who has an educational psychology background, because if you are supervising someone who is an educational psychologist, it is important that you know the theories, you know all the policies that are focusing on educational psychology. So I had to have someone from that background. Okay, so this was good for us because we were coming from different spaces, different departments. But what was the core thing? We were both supervisors supervising students, and we came with different experiences and different expertise with regards to student supervision. So we were able to share different opinions, different perspectives on how we can better support our students. So the theoretical framework that underpins this cohort supervision, it's collaborative learning, because it's an educational approach to teaching and learning, and it involves groups of learners working together to solve problems, to complete a task, or create a product. It is also an instruction method in which learners at various performance levels work together in small groups towards a common goal. It is a learning style that encourages teamwork and social interaction. I said earlier on that as a student of master's or PhD, if you are on your own, it can be very much isolated. So it is important that we encourage our students to work as a group. Even if you are not there as a supervisor, at least they would know, I can call Nomasonto. Nomasonto is part of the group, and talk about my frustrations, and Nomasonto would encourage me. So it is a learning style that encourages teamwork and social interaction. So as I have mentioned earlier on, it's supervisors and students, it's both PhD and master students. So what I did is to make sure that they focus on similar niche area, looking at my own niche area. So when I have a student, even if the student would say, hey, I'm thinking of looking at bullying, then I would ask, why bullying? What's happening? Tell me, what is happening in your school? And then in that way, I'm trying to check how can I push the student, not push the student, but make sure that even if he still focuses on bullying, but my niche area is also accommodated there. So I would say family and school partnership towards the support of students who experience bullying in schools. Can you see already my niche area is involved, and the student is also not missing his or her focus. So it is important, again, if you do a cohort supervision, rather focus on your own niche area. It does help a lot. And when it comes to writing your articles, it becomes easy. Then the other thing, remember our students are from different areas. So we have students from different provinces. So in most of the time, the supervision is done in an online mode. So it accommodates everyone. And these are teachers, so they don't have to ask for permission. So I had to make sure that I sacrifice my own time. So the online supervision normally happens after 5 to accommodate everyone who is working. Because at the end of the day, remember, our students are teachers and can manipulate the situation to ask for half day, to say, hey, my supervisor says we are going to meet. So we are trying to avoid that. So rather work around the time where everyone is available and everyone is able to be part of the whole group. Remember earlier on I said it should be student-centered. We support them in the way where they are able to, or in the way that is also comfortable for them. So what are the benefits of the cohort supervision? Number one, it provides collaboration. It can be between myself and the other supervisors, between myself and the students that I'm supervising, and between the students themselves, because they're able to share their own stories. They're able to share even the resources, because some of our students, remember, they don't all come in the same background. So in a group, then you end up knowing that, oh, this one is struggling with this, then I'm going to support, because they end up becoming one family. And cohort supervision, again, there is this continuous support. Earlier on I said, even if I'm not there, the fact that they are in this group, they're able to support one another, meaning there is a continuous support. or the other supervisor who is part of this cohort. So they're able to, if they can't find me, they can go to another supervisor who is part of the group, because our focus is one. It also provides critique and feedback, because they are there, they're in a group, and sometimes I'm not the one who's going to give the feedback. It's their peers who are going to give them the feedback. Okay? I've already spoke about sharing of resources, and it's also a space of emotional support. So being a student or being a supervisor doesn't make you a supernatural human being. We are still humans, and we experience different difficulties. So it is also a space whereby you are able to provide emotional support for individual students. And also the other benefit, it's a peer support. So it might happen that you have 3 students who are working maybe on chapter 2, or who are working on their methodology chapter. So they're able to interact and ask for support from the other students. And they're not going to give them something that is different from what you have done in the group, because you did take them through the process as a group, so they cannot just come and decide to say something else that was not discussed in a group. So it's also easy to monitor student progress, because time and again you see them as a group and you check how far are they. So what I normally do with them, in some other sessions I would allow them to present their own study, where they are. So in that way, I'm able to say, oh, okay, this one is progressing. Last time you presented, but you were still in your proposal stage. What's happening? So is your proposal ready? How far? Or how can we support you? So the other benefit is they complete study on a record time. Why? Because you are always with them. You are able also to monitor their progress, and the fact that they're in a group, somehow they compete. Although the competition, it's a healthy one. The fact that we started all in January, now Maria, it's now May. Maria is busy with chapter 4, and I'm still in chapter 2. So that alone, it pushes the students to make sure that they push. Okay, so that's why they're able to complete on a record time. It's peer mentoring. Students or colleagues work together in collaborative group. So again here, you cannot just be selfish. So if Thomas was presenting maybe his literature review chapter, and the way he presented some of the information, it's the information that you need, then Thomas will be able to share some of the articles that he was using for his chapter 2. So they're able to share the resources, they're able to share also ideas on how to tackle a specific area of their own research. And this, it also builds a community of practice and relationship, because each time you get an article, I encourage them to post it in the group so everyone can have access on that group. So we end up having a WhatsApp group for the whole group. So anything that you come across that speaks to research, they post it in the group. It also helps in developing critical thinking skills. So before you could come and present, you need to make sure that your work is ready, because you have a lot of ears who are listening, and after your presentation, they're going to ask you questions. And I encourage them that instead of the supervisors giving feedback, you are listening to your peers. Ask them questions. If it's something that you don't understand, ask them questions. So it also creates that critical thinking skills. It also improves problem-solving skills and encourages professional and social interaction, etc. And how do or how can one facilitate these meetings? I've already said earlier on, it's online meetings and we do it on a weekly basis. Every Monday, every Monday of the month. So what I do, like you check who is busy with proposal. The group that are at a proposal stage, it will be the first Monday of the month. The group that maybe is busy with literature review and methodology chapter, it will be the second Monday of the month. And then the group that is busy with data collection and analysis, it will be the third Monday of the month. So the team's invite or the team's link is already there. It doesn't change every month. So they are even allowed to attend other sessions. If like, for instance, someone who is busy with data analysis and it's a week for the group that is busy maybe with their proposal. So that person is allowed to go back there just to check whether they are still on the right track. So it does help. So the other thing that I normally do, it's during school holidays. During school holidays, we meet at a specific place, and we call it a writing retreat. First thing, I do explain to them that this is not a mandate from the university. It's for their own benefit to attend a writing retreat, because I'm not going to pay for them. They pay for themselves. They are working. So I tell them that early in the year, we are going to have a writing retreat first week of June during school holidays. So please make sure you put money aside. But if you are unable to attend the writing retreat, you are still going to be supervised, because this is not a mandate from the university, but it's my own way of giving you extra support. So, because at the end of the day, you know how students are. They'll end up writing letters and complain that you said they must. No. So we need also to be careful when we initiate some of the things that we protect ourselves. So the first week of school holidays, and again here, it was their decision to say, we rather, so like for instance, schools are closing on the 27th. So on the 29th, we're meeting because they want to enjoy their holidays after doing their work. So 27, we meet, 27, 28, 29, we will be meeting, and thereafter, they attend to their own work. Again, let me stress, they pay for themselves, I don't pay for them. Okay. And again, even if I do the cohort supervision, I still do one-on-one consultation. So after each session, I encourage them, if there is a specific area that you are not sure of, it's your responsibility, schedule an appointment with me. I don't schedule for them, because I want them to take the ownership of their own study. So they schedule the appointment and I have one-on-one. And there are those who might just sit, not, you know how students are. Sometimes they won't do that. Then I would directly attend to that person that you've been quiet for a long time. And it's the term has ended and we never had one-on-one. What's happening? So we must also be able to track their progress. Okay, so I've already said that they do the presentation of their own studies. So those who are about to submit their proposals for approval, then they will present their proposals before they could submit for approval. And why they are presenting? To get feedback from their peers, to get feedback from other colleagues who are part of this cohort supervision, so that when we submit it, we submit something that is, presentable. It doesn't have a lot of errors, because as a supervisor and a student, it's easy to miss some of the important information because you are used to the study. So if someone else listens to you, they're able to ask, why did you miss this? Why did you add this? Why can't you add this? So it does help. So again, with regards to the writing retreats, it's not only myself and them. I also involve other colleagues. I invite them. I also invite experts in the research to come and be guest speakers, and they know that when they are coming, they're not going to get even a single cent. It's a service. So they do that willingly. And if they are unable to come, we also do it online. So we connect, and that person that is invited is able to give information that is needed on that time. During the writing retreat, it helps them to interact with their supervisors, because their supervisors are there. You write this portion, you go to your supervisor, you get instant feedback, unlike waiting for 2 weeks or waiting for 3 weeks to get feedback. So the other advantage of attending the writing retreats is the supervisors are there, and they will give you the support that you need. So immediate feedback is there, and they're able to interact with their peers. And during the writing retreat, I also invite one of the colleagues who is good with article writing. And then we'll take the students through on how to write their articles. So can you see now, you can't do it alone. So you need to know who is who in your college or in your faculty who can be part of this and support you. So I'm not good with article writing to guide students, but there is someone who can do it better than me and is able to do that. While they are busy with their research in their spare time, the person is there. They go to her and ask for advice or ask for a direction. So that's how we do it. So with regards to best practices in supervision, I like this cartoon. I'll talk about it. The best practices, it's regular meetings. It is important that we schedule consistent check-ins to monitor the progress. And before any supervision can start, the minute you get the list of your students that you are going to supervise, you need to schedule a meeting whereby you are going to clear expectation, you define roles and responsibilities and the goals from the onset. They need to know what they are in for. Okay? And the other thing, feedback mechanism. Provide constructive feedback and timely. You mustn't be like this other guy there when you look at that that cartoon, because our students are also experiencing that. They submit work and we forgot about that work, and you end up saying, where is your work? What's happening? I don't see any progress from you, only to find that the student submitted 2 months ago and there is no feedback from the supervisor. So let's make sure that we provide feedback. So cohort supervision, again, it helps with that. And this best practices, it's not only for cohort supervision, but it's for supervision generally. It is important that we provide feedback. Okay, and then the other thing that we can do is to tailor our supervision style to support the unique learning journey of our students. Our students are not the same, so we need to understand them. Some are very fast, some are slow, and the one who is fast and is doing the work, we mustn't delay that student to say, no, you can't finish within 18 months. Who says that? If the student is ready and the work is quality work, the student has to submit for external examination. So we need to understand the learning style of our students. Provide comprehensive training on research methodology, academic writing, and ethical consideration. Normally, as supervisors, we assume that the fact that the student is registered and accepted for master's or PhD, they know. Some they don't know. So you still have to teach. You can't say, no, you're an adult. That's why you have applied. It means you can do this on your own. You teach. You teach them how to write a proposal. You teach them how to structure their literature review chapter. You need to support our students throughout. And if you are not good with that, look for someone in your department or in your faculty who is good with it. Invite that person to come in and address your students. Okay? Maintain open and regular communication channels. You know, we need to be those supervisors whereby our students, they can access us at any time. You know, some of the supervisors, students are even afraid to talk to supervisors. Oh, my supervisor, I'm not even sure how am I going to start talking to that person. We need to be approachable. And being approachable doesn't mean that now we are this friend of a supervisor. There still you must have boundaries, but be open and approachable. Use various platforms like emails, video calls, and face-to-face meeting to stay connected. Today there was a lot that was talking about that relates to the use of technology. It's there, it's not going anywhere. So we need to embrace ourselves and understand some of the gadgets, how they use, and make sure that we support our students using various forms or various platforms of communication. Build a trusting and supportive relationship with your students. Encourage mutual respect and understanding, because if your student doesn't have any trust, do you think they will attend to any of the comments? Because I'm not sure. Why? Because some of the supervisors, they don't even read. They just comment only to find that you question that, where are your participants? And already the student did talk about the participants in the previous chapter, but you missed that. So we need to make sure that we build a trusting and supportive relationship. And if your student says, no, I did that, respect that, because sometimes we think we are always right. We are not always right. This is a learning journey for everyone. So we must be big enough to say, no, I'm sorry, I miss your submission. Can you resubmit? Foster an environment where students feel comfortable engaging in intellectual debates and challenging ideas, because sometimes students can question your way of supervising. If they are not comfortable, allow them and try to explain. Allow them to tell you how they want to be supervised. Because sometimes maybe the students might be saying, I feel so alone. Who are the other students that you are supervising? Can we form a group on our own? Let us be open to that. Mentorship beyond academia, provide guidance on career development, networking, and professional skills. So when we support our students, it doesn't end when they cross the stage. We need to be available at any time. If your student calls you to say, I've applied for this, can you assist me? They want this, can you explain? You can't say, no, my work is done with you. You are now a PhD, a graduate. We still have to provide the support. Mentorship, it should be beyond the academia. Support students in balancing their academic responsibilities with personal and professional commitment. Our students, they struggle to maintain balance. Because remember, they are working like we are working. So come up with strategies and suggest to them. At the end, it's their decision which strategy will work better. Because at the end of the day, it's possible that the student can stay the whole year without submitting anything. If we are not monitoring them, if we are not supporting them, maybe they are not submitting because they are struggling. They don't know where to start. You spoke about problem statement. They don't know even what is a problem statement. They are stuck. So let's make sure that we assist them and understand also their struggles. So I'm just going to share one or two of the videos, the students that I've supervised. Hope it will play. There's no sound. Can you please help me?
It should give you sound correct.
Because yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, do you want to just let's do it again?
Because here it's only the picture, there's no audio.
There is. There is. You see?
Sound is open on that side.
Okay. All right. Sorry, colleagues, with that. This won't work because I don't have
Share with your image to Mampur.
two.
Mampur.
Okay.
Still sending. Because she was just supposed to know on the Teams app. Just when she shares the screen, she was supposed to click on share. No, it's not on Teams. It's just presentation because sometimes.
Yeah, the things. Okay, but it's a big file. Okay, share. How am I going to share? Then you can put your things. You can put.
Sorry. Yeah.
This one.
Yes, this one.
Okay. Send.
No USB again.
Prof, maybe while you're emailing, maybe if you could round up and then
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, how do I go back then? Let me round up. I just want to go back while.
It's okay. This thing.
This.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Got it. Is that the last light?
However, the advantage.
Yeah, nice.
Access to the expertise of many different academics. Good day, my name is ODEL Pullen. This was true for my doctoral student was supervised.
What happened?
Doctoral students and Dr. And this also.
Okay, how do I? Because it's playing. Can you see here? What did you do to make it play?
Hey, bro. Okay, let's end.
It is one of these.
And then let's play again.
Yeah, the same.
And then move. And then the last. There we go. Let's see what happens. Don't know why it's not showing. So it's not working. So maybe we should just go.
Yeah. Okay, while that's still trying to assist, let me finish. It's not showing. The next slide is not showing. Yeah, I want to go back to the next slide. It's not.
Good day, my name is ODEL Pullen. student was supervised by Professor Maseko and Dr. Maziboko. I registered in 2021 for a doctoral degree in educational psychology. I found myself in a cohort supervision context, which was foreign to me. However, the advantages were that it was a collaborative learning environment and that I had access to the expertise of many different academics. This was true for my peers as well. We were both masters and doctoral students, and this also helped us to just collaborate and just bounce ideas off each other. These sessions took place online on a weekly basis or face-to-face at the end of each term, which took on the form of a writer's retreat. At these retreats, we would have structured activities. One of these activities was on how to write up an abstract and also how to write an article for a journal. Prof. Maseko always used to make, and she still does it, makes links available to her students where we could actually then submit our work. I took advantage of one of these, and through that I was invited to come and present on my research in Greece and Bulgaria. I made this trip with both my supervisors, and I can say that through the cohort supervision and the presentations that we did when we had our meetings online has actually enhanced my presentation skills. And when I look at our standard compared to our international counterparts, we are truly on par, both as students and as academics. I can also say that it has enhanced and accelerated the time in which I have completed my study. I started in 2021, completed in 2024, and I will be graduating in July this year. So thank you, Prof. Maseko, for this model. Thank you for finding ways of enhancing learning and making it a pleasant journey, even if life happens to us on this journey, but through it all, we can still achieve it in a really faster or accelerated time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Due to time, I won't play all. So, so the other thing that I must mention is I also encourage them to attend conferences. If there are any calls for conference, I share with them because it's for their own professional growth. So they do attend conferences, and it is a good thing. I gain and they gain because, yeah, it's their own baby. So this is one of the sessions that we have, the writing retreat. Everyone is focused, doing their own work. This is the online meetings. So after each and every session, I encourage them, let's take a photo. It's for their own good. Also evidence if they had to attend family things, because we also have families. So sometimes you are unable to attend family functions. And now I'm busy with schoolwork. So this is an evidence to say, I had a session with the other students. So this is the group of students that attended one of the writing retreat. This is the venue, and the venue somewhere in Randburg. What I did there, I spoke with the owner there to say, this is what I'm doing, and these are our students. Even though they are working, they're not earning that much. But we promise that every year in June will come. Can you give us a good price? And she did give us a good price. So we started there since 2021 to date. We are going to that place, and they know when we come. And the place is available for any of the students. Even if I'm not there, they are able to do their own writing retreat. They go there and they charge them the same amount that we have agreed upon. So at the end of the day, I think it is our responsibilities as supervisors to encourage our students, to support them, to hold hands with them. And sometimes we think our students can't do some of the things, and they can. They are working. So we cannot wait for a funding I didn't have any funding, but I said, you are working, I am working, I'm going to pay for myself, you pay for yourself. So it does help. Even with the conference, if they want to attend a conference, I said, raise money for yourself or use your birthday bonus just to thank yourself. Let's go to a conference, international, national. Last year I had 2 students who did present here at UNISA, and it was a nice experience for them. So colleagues, that's my story. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You can just. Okay. Yeah. Colleagues, let's give another round of applause to Professor Maseko. Prof, just very quickly, I know that we've learned quite a lot as we did in the earlier session, but just some quick takeaways. As the coordinator in our department of MNDs, postgraduate supervision seems to be a very sensitive topic amongst academics. And I don't think it should be. But anyway, that being as it may, 3 things that kind of stood out for me. Again, Prof, thank you for allowing us to kind of zoom into your experience, your best practices. But as I say, 3 things that stand out for me. Cohort supervision seems to be a continuous thing that comes up, and it seems as though it still needs to be harnessed for more effective use. So that's something that colleagues really need to think about a bit more as they do their own supervision. The second thing is, and I think this is a critical thing, it's also much debate in teaching and learning, but that's the supervision style. Why is it that we kind of fight for undergraduates in terms of how they learn and the styles they learn in, but when it comes to supervision in postgraduate students, we kind of assume that they just must get it. And I think, Prof, you point that out so clearly. And then the last thing, I think, another thing that tends to be sensitive, it's like oil and water not coming together, is an academic that's really trying to be humble. And by that I mean really coming to the level of the student that you supervise, so that you create that humanizing pedagogy, that humanizing supervision, so that you and your student can relate to one another. You leave the titles outside of the space that you're engaging with, and you create that meaningful engagement between you and your student. And perhaps those are the kinds of small things that could stand between you and your student graduating. So thank you. Let's give Prof. Maseko another hand of applause. Thanks, Prof. We're now going to move swiftly along. We're now going to get another round table discussion. I'm going to invite our very own Dr. N. Tijano, sorry. And they will then say that again. Tijano. Thank you. We're going to have that round table discussion with Professor Klassen Johnson. I think Prof. Ndo will join us online, if I'm not mistaken. And then Dr. Shabalala is also here with us this afternoon. So, colleagues, let's give them a round of applause as they approach the tables.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm trying to check if we are still alive. We had a nice lunch. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, I can go on. I can go with Tijano. You are not the first one to say Tijano, and I'm always laughing. Colleagues, we are entering the 3rd slot. And second last, it's always difficult to maintain, attention, especially after lunch and just before we go home. So I will be facilitating this 3rd slot in terms of our our roundtable discussions, and I have asked my colleagues. Oh, they want you to come closer. Okay, so I have asked my colleagues over the weekend to then say, let's find a way in terms of how we can keep colleagues, interested. And I then asked them to then say, we can have a theme, because if you check on the program, I don't know whether it was sort of a plan or intention. We did not really have a theme for this particular slot. However, we came up with our own theme, and basically it's on the role of AI, big data, and analytics in terms of how it can enhance postgraduate research / postgraduate supervision. The role of AI, big data, and analytics in terms of how it can enhance postgraduate research / supervision. So I then asked the two panelists for them to just sort of do a preamble of what we're going to be having a discussion about. And I've asked them 5 to 7 minutes, just a preamble, so that then we can sort of lead the way. And from that preamble, we'll then start to have conversation. So you're going to start, Prof?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Yes, fine. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I just want to say, by way of introduction, all the discussion on learning analytics is not new, and yet it feels new because it hasn't received much attention from, I think, the college or at departmental levels. And the interesting thing that I've been reflecting on is the challenge of time and workload. I mean, earlier I introduced myself to someone who said, oh, you're the professor of workload. You're always complaining about the workload in the IPMS. Then I said, that's correct. I'm not the professor of workload. I'm the professor of reduce the workload. But the reason why that remains for me a pressing issue is because we have to declutter. There's a missed opportunity here to enhance student support. Our student support and co-curricular as a catalytic niche area within the operational plan of our college. Student support is something that there's no debate. We all have consensus that this is something we have to prioritize. Then immediately the next question becomes, when do you do this? So I like what the colleagues are saying within Mr. Ndimande.
Nzimande.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my apologies. But what I really liked about your presentation was this, creating this nudging. I love that concept of, I've got these students, I'm running after my students. I enjoyed the previous presentation. I couldn't really identify with much of it because our students, they don't transition to more independent, self-directed learning. As when I was a postgraduate student, that was big, that you took responsibility. Now you constantly sort of relying on the supervisor to provide, this kind of weekend, taking them on writing retreats. I think that's fantastic, but I really also concerned that that's sort of beyond the boundaries of supervision. It's admirable, but we can't take that kind of thing to scale. So I'm constantly thinking, what are the interventions and the support that's reasonable, that's achievable for all of us? Here, we're sitting on this massive data gold mine that we are not accessing. There are so many things that we are uncertain about and concerned about, and the data is here. So I was saying to colleagues, we don't have access to the Power BI. We have, yes, our CODs send us information on the Power BI. Admin colleagues have access to more of these systems and data than what academics have. So I wish I had, yes, I'm trying to keep track of all my M&D and sort of record where they are and who has been in touch and who has not been in touch. Because when we do M&D student activities, it's as you respond to an activity, then you record that activity, and it happens in a bit of a fragmented way, right? But who keeps track of all that whole group of students? I'm very interested in this concept of cohort supervision. And I'm trying to get my head around how that aligns with our open and continuous admission process. Because if you talk about groups of students who are supervised in a cohort by groups of academics, and I turn to the CHE models of supervision and really read, because we've been having this conversation at departmental level, with the open and continuous, and we are a department that is in high demand. We've got a high level of interest. That brings a high responsibility that we're not just admitting students, we are adequately supporting them, we're doing quality work, there's throughput. So, you know, it's interesting because the undergraduate conversation is very much around student retention. We know if we can get them through the first year, they've got a high chance of completing that qualification and graduating. In the postgraduate, we've got the opposite problem. We don't want to retain them. We want them in, work, and goodbye. And I'm increasingly saying to students, you know, it's also like your responsibility. Come in, do your degree, do quality work, do not rush, but you do not have unlimited time. You are taking up the place of another student the longer you stay. So the kinds of data we need, how long have our students been registered? Who's registering repeatedly? Who's like really overstayed? Where the subsidy is no longer even giving us anything, as you know what I mean? You've got these students, they'll keep re-registering and they're not working actively. So it's a tricky thing of who gets what kind of support. And now the individual versus the group is the next tension for me, because we've got a lot of students with disabilities and they'll get lost in group situations frequently. I'm also having this, so some of us are doing evening online, and we have found 7 to 8. That's the magic hour. If we have online sessions in the evening, 7 to 8, you have massive attendance. Not Saturdays, not school holidays. 7 to 8, that is the magic hour. And they come in their numbers. And you say things during that session and show and scaffold and demonstrate. And then the chapter comes and it's not there. So then you are having follow-up reminders, more examples, more scaffolding. As much as what it takes. Yeah, sorry. I'm passionate about this all the time. So, and I'm thinking about it all the time. How can we do this better? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chani, for the opportunity. And just a shout out to our dean.
Shout out.
It's my first opportunity actually delivering maybe a talk or a discussion, discussing something in front of the dean. So I'm very honored, Prof. Okay, so, you know, Dr. Chani, yesterday I read an article that was posted by the Artificial Intelligence Index report, and they stated that many big companies are actually adopting the use of AI. So as we are talking about the role of AI in enhancing postgraduate supervision, so that got me thinking that they were comparing the status from 2018 to now, and it shows that there has been a significant increase in their adoption, which actually tells us that now we need to ensure that we equip our students with the skills of AI and not run away from it. So it got me thinking to say, as a supervisor in an ODEL institution, what is my role? What do I need to understand about the use of AI? So one of the things that stuck in my mind is that I can never run away from the usage of AI. And mostly in the academic space, we try to run away from AI because we are so afraid that it's going to replace humans and so forth. So these are the discussions that are actually taking place, that AI is there to replace us. But as we normally complain about the lot of work that we are doing within UNISA, your teaching, your supervision, your research as a scholar, because you need to grow. You need to grow your scholarship. Then we should see this as a form of supporting us as academics and also supporting our students and ensuring that there is efficiency. So the research also shows that the role of AI colleagues, we can use AI for literature summarization, your research management, and there's the reasons why I use AI in my supervision within the ODEL institution. So in my work, I've ensured that I start a virtual, more like a virtual classroom with my students. Prof was talking about the group supervision, and this is something that I also do within the space of science education, because honestly for us, we are dealing with real life problems or real world problems. So we are not just there to analyze how much data we have, but our main aim is to contribute in societies. When we identify that there's a problem in the society, our main role as education and sustainable development as scholars, we are there to solve those problems. So we are not just sitting here with data, but we go out there, we get the data, we analyze the data, and we come up with solutions, practicable or applicable solutions that we need to go and initiate in our societies. So my aim and what I do with my student, I have a session that I host 3 times a week. We write for 2 hours. We come there, we sit. And just to relate a little on the learning analytics, because we are doing this on Microsoft Teams, because I understand the demographics and the backgrounds of our students, that not everyone has the money to come and meet the supervisor face to face. So I use AI in those regards, that we sit there for 2 hours if they have data. And it helps me to track if one of them does not join those sessions. Because if I see that, okay, she has missed 2 classes that I normally host, or those sessions that we normally host, because when we start, they would come, because I also understand that as much as we are using AI, but we need to be cognizant of the emotional well-being of our students as well. So when we start those sessions, they would come and I would ask them, how are you doing? Because I want to know how they feel today before I even expect them to start working. And while we are doing that, we are sharing the practices of the AIs that we are using. And with the learning analytics, it also helps me to see who's viewing the documents that I upload on that class and who's downloading them and all of it. So my practice in terms of what we are doing, I use AI because I want to simplify their work. It's a lot. They're dealing with family dynamics. They are working. And if we actually try and stop them from using AI because we say they are plagiarizing or this is not their original idea, for me, no one or no tool can actually tell me what I want. I will have to prompt it. So if you get into an AI system, you sit there and you look at it, it's not going to generate anything. All right. So if we use this AI, which is its role to actually make our lives, it's because we have a lot that we are doing. We are helping our students. We are also helping ourselves. It's also assist our students to actually, come up with or construct sentences, because we should be honest, colleagues, not our students are able to even construct a sentence. So we also use it as a language editor because not all our students are native English speakers. So even myself, it assists me to come up with that. And even with literature review, our students are able to use it so that it makes their lives easier. It does not really say our students are not thinking. Our students are thinking, and I'm thinking. So if I use AI in my supervision, it does not mean that I'm not thinking or I'm lazy. No, I still need to think what I want AI to say or to actually put in simple terms for me. So these uses of AI in big data, because I have identified Microsoft Teams as part of the big data platforms. I use it to make my life easier, and it helps. But at the end of the day, we also need to be very cautious when we are using it and ensure that we teach our students how to use AI ethically. And one of the things that I can say about the ethical part of using AI, I always tell my students that you need to declare that you have used AI and how have you used it. And unfortunately, Prof, I've never seen in one of our dissertation where a student has actually declared that they used AI. Why? It is because there's this biasness with AI that if one has used AI, we want to say it's because they were not thinking. If someone says, I've used AI in this regard, we quickly run and say, they are using AI to write. Then we come back and ask the question, what is the role of AI? AI is there to make our lives easier and to make the lives of our students easier. Thank you, fellows.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaval. I think you've already now, pushed forward the discussion towards whether we want to use AI or not, because I think there is that debate. There are those who are for it and there are those who are against it. And I'm already sensing that you are one of those who are saying, I'm for it, let's use it. Probably so. But I think in the same way, you are also embracing to say, let's move forward. But I think, and I'm going to start with you, Prof. Class Queen. You touched on the important aspect raised earlier by Dr. Hose at the back to say, how do we become inclusive in terms of our supervision style, especially where there is a cohort supervision is involved. And I want to now ask you to take that discussion forward, but in terms of you thinking to say, what could be done from perspective of all of this AI opportunities and so forth? What could we do from our end to ensure that if we have to follow a cohort supervision, we are not leaving differently able students behind?
Yes, I'm a lot more cautious with AI. I don't think that the workload motivation is justifiable for students or for us. I mean, it's a tool, it's available, it's readily accessible, it's becoming more accurate all the time. I'm not promoting the use of, we are directing our students to the UNISA library. Our assignments are designed in such a way that AI cannot do it for you. A much more attention, I think, has to be on our assessment design so that AI cannot replace the reading, the synthesis, the engagement, much more on interpretation, analysis, application, reflection on practice. Then so the AI can give you some pointers, but we have to think about how we design our assessment. It's there as a supplementary tool, but it must never replace us. Last night in our online class, Prof. Enza and I were telling students, do not devalue our qualifications, because next thing students are saying, well, why do I need to do a university program when Copilot can just teach me everything And that's where the assessment design needs renewed focus. Our QA is more content than these kinds of issues. So that's my discomfort with the AI. We've still, I mean, I told the students, you know, when I was a master's student here at UNISA, I lived in Johannesburg and came to the UNISA library every Saturday. That was my weekly outing. And then I left with my pile of photocopies. Now you just go online and everything is just at your fingertips and you still don't use it. So I'm quite old school on the hard basics. Read. Before you pick up anything to write. Think before you write. Reflect, think. That iterative process. So I'm old school.
Yeah.
In that.
Perfect.
I want to talk about the models of cohort because really, I'm experiencing a tension between the group and the cohort and the open and continuous admission. Because a student must keep pace with the cohort, and most don't. I've got some students flying and some students struggling. And there is this tension. Do you support? Where do you focus? Yes, you want to support both, but it's really hard to keep up with the level of support. You know, it is about making that a sustainable thing. So whatever suggestions it must be scalable, must be doable, must be, you know, something that we can say, this is our model, this is what works. And of course, we'll reflect and refine and change, but not changing constantly. I think that's very important.
Thank you so much, Prof. I just saw Prof. Maseko sort of say there is no student that we are leaving behind. As she was saying, you know, as other students are progressing, there will be that, or there might be that one that we are leaving behind, as you were making that point. But then she said, no. And I want to give her a chance to hear from her as well. Why did you differ with that statement?
In my presentation, I indicated that we need to understand our students. They are unique. They're not in the same level. Yes, they can be in a cohort. Remember, the cohort, I have both masters and doctoral in the same group. They are in different stages. And I also explained that the meetings that I have a meeting with a group that is busy with proposal, a group that is busy. So you group, you know your students. That's how it works for me. And like, for instance, Adele, the group that she started with, the PhD group, they graduated already last year, but I didn't left her behind. She's going to graduate now. So because I'm using her own pace. But at the same time, she did have support from the other peers. And that works well for her. Thank you.
And I'm going to jump now to Dr. Shabalala. I note that we have got Prof. Ndo online. I'll also go to him next. You are for it, and she's a little bit more cautious. Is her through in terms of the opportunities that are there now for research perspective? You did indicate how you use it as a tool, and now this is AI and use of Microsoft Teams as other platforms and so forth. What are the available opportunities now for the use of AI in research? Because she's still old, traditional way of doing things, pile of papers, photocopies. No. But now, how do you then say, in terms of these benefits of critical reading, critical analysis, how do they bring themselves into as far as the benefits associated with the use of AI?
Okay, so Prof, because we're
having conversation.
So in terms of the benefits, like I've mentioned, that AI is not there to outsource critical thinking. right? We still expect our students to think critically and also to apply their skills. But at the same time, and it's not taking away the authorship responsibility and so forth, they still need to write, they still need to read. You can't write without reading. So the first thing that you need to do is to read. But with AI, in terms of the benefit that comes with AI, as a supervisor, if you have to sit there and actually guide your student in terms of understanding the concepts, AI is doing that for you because a student can just go online. We are not promoting that students generate, their writing from AI, but AI will help you, will take away that, that responsibility of you now having to explain even simple terms to students because not all of them can understand, right? So if you are using an AI tool, a student can just go there and then maybe let's say a research methodology, different types of research methodology. It's now not your responsibility to actually teach about what is a research methodology, because that's one of the things when our dissertations come back from examination, most examiners will be complaining that the research methodology that was used by a student is not relevant, right? Yes, they need to read, but not all of them will be able to understand, right? Because we need to consider that they are different. Some of them will find it easy to go to AI and just write, what is the relevant research methodology for this type of a title or topic? Then AI will suggest. AI is suggesting. AI is not telling you to do, it's suggesting. It's a suggestion tool, right? So it will suggest, and it will suggest more than one. And you as a student or as a supervisor, your responsibility is to guide a student now to fit what AI has suggested from those different suggestions that they will get, right? So we agree on that. AI is not going to tell a student, use 1, 2, 3. No, it's going to suggest different types of research methodologies. So you as a supervisor, it's not replacing you. You as a supervisor, you come and tell a student now, this is how we can apply it in your research, right? So that is taken away from you. That's one of the benefits. And even when it comes to data collection tools, there are certain data collection tools that we as supervisors, you find that we are not aware of, but they are already out there. I had an issue where one of the critical readers within our department, when it comes to my student's dissertation, was saying a questionnaire is not part of the qualitative data collection methods. And I'm like, Haibo, where have you been? For you not to know that a questionnaire it can actually be used as a qualitative data collection method. You see, if this person has gone to AI, AI was going to suggest that you can actually use a questionnaire in this way. You see, now it's actually assisting us. I keep emphasizing that it's assisting and lowering our load with the suggestions when it comes to the use of AI. And yes, you are right. There is a paper that I read that was actually cautioning us that over-reliance of AI is also an impediment on the students' learning because they still need to learn. And I really agree with you when you say they need to read. You see? Yes. But even with AI, when you are summarizing, you are still reading, colleagues. You are still reading.
Okay. Now, Prof. Maseko, in your cohort supervision, what are the available AI opportunities that you think can assist in terms of enhancing productivity, efficiency, given, and I think you had about 13 students there. It is quite a large group. Yes, you have got other colleagues, but do you foresee integrating or leveraging other available AI tools to enhance your supervision?
Yes. What I've realized is that students, they struggle, like for instance, to choose or to select a theoretical framework. So normally I encourage them to say, okay, go and check on ChatGPT, type your title and ask it which theoretical framework can you use. Then in that way it becomes easy. Also, looking at literature review, they struggle to structure that chapter. So I refer them to that. So it makes my work easy.
Okay. I just want us to go online. I'm checking on multimedia. Are you able to zoom Profundo? Profundo, I don't know if other can hear us. Please unmute Profundo.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Can you hear me on your side?
We can. Let's try again. Can you hear me?
Unmuted. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm fine, and you?
Oh, it looks like there is a delay.
Yes.
But I just want to check from your perspective of supervision and in terms of the model that you follow, to what extent are you leveraging AI and big data insights to inform your supervision model?
Let me just say, in my case, I'm not that much in use of AI, although I allow students to consult it when they need assistance, because I belong to that old school of thought wherein when using my group supervision approach, I'm sorry, it's like it's repeating. Sorry, we are not winning.
Okay, colleagues, while we are waiting for Prof. Ndou, let me come back to you. Prof. Maseko, Prof. Tlaskin, Dr. Shabalala, each one of you, based on the discussion that we had since the morning, because I want now to connect, especially the first roundtable discussion. For you, what are the future directions or what are the future trends that you see or you foresee in the intersection of AI and big data and analytics that could significantly influence postgraduate supervision? The future. Basically, the future of postgraduate supervision in the era of AI and big data. Each one of you? You want to start? Dr. Shabalala, want to start?
Okay, for me, I think I'm just going to take from the morning discussion when they spoke about the learning analytics way. We shouldn't treat it as something that we are more like monitoring students, whether they are available or not, but we should use that in order to support our students, and that's where the emotional care comes from, because it shows that you are concerned about the well-being of your students. So I think it's something that needs to be embedded on these AI tools or these learning analytics that we are using, because not all the time when a student is not maybe accessing the learning platforms, it's because they are, let me say, maybe not because they don't know about them, but you find that they are dealing with other issues. So if there's a possibility for it to have like human care in it, where students are able, or those automatic notifications when students will just get, and that's actually wants to know whether a student is okay, student is doing good, and all of that. So this is something that I thought about, because it speaks to, Ubuntu, which shows that we care about you as much as you care about us. We care about your well-being as much as you care about our well-being. So that's just for me, that it needs to be there, so that we show that our students, we care about their presence, and we are also present for them to reach out anytime.
Okay, the humanization element. From you, Prof. Tlaskin, the future trends?
I'm going to welcome the nudging.
Okay.
I think that AI can help us to make sense of all that data and to use it in the ways that enhance our work and our student support. I don't think we can disagree that our students need more support. We're doing a lot here on supervision support, but I think that it really is time to sort of strip it down and say, how do you declutter? Because we have lots of supervision training, and I'm not sure, I see the same people attending those supervision training. So it does also, you know, I'm worried about the workload, I'm worried about surveillance, I'm worried about accountability. But I think the one thing that we can both consensus around is the quality concerns, you know. And the one thing that Emil Gouw's study shows us, because what's important is his study has two components. It's neurodiverse students and it's neurodiverse staff. But on the first data set, that's unsolicited. Just when he told the students, I'm doing this study, would you volunteer to participate? So within the first day, it gets over 1,000 unsolicited. And these are life history, their stories, their challenges. It's just like these huge emails where students are, and what does that reflect? Because it's telling us about these areas where we have systemic challenges and barriers from the student as the end user, you know. And it is telling us that, you know, what I spend a lot of time worrying about is how do we get to everything? And how am I sure that I'm using my time efficiently? Am I intentional about these priority areas of student support? You know, I need to support these students. Don't just dive in and do it. First think. And I'm so worried that we don't have that headspace to now, just like we're sitting here saying, do you think that what we're calling cohort supervision, is it actually cohort? Is it something else? Because we often use terminology and then we also just do the dive in, and we haven't conceptualized or reached consensus about what this means within our college, considering our numbers, considering all of these things, and our determination to actually do work that has meaning for students. You know what I mean? Not just random. So I really struggle with that, but I think that at least the conversation's happening.
Yeah.
And I remain committed to the workload because it is, and the reason, what drives me to remain so faithful to that is that I'm not getting the time and focused energy. That are you using your time in the best way for students, not just for your own advancement, you know? And so, but I'm inspired by the innovation, you know. I'm inspired by and I've never said we must convert photocopy with paperless now. I've been misrepresented.
My sincere apologies for that. I'm being called to order here.
My take from the morning session is, I think as academics, as lecturers, we need to embrace AI is there. So give us time to learn on how to use it, because students are advanced at the end of the day. So we'll end up failing them because we don't know. So my encouragement is let's embrace it and give ourselves time to learn more. And somehow we are challenged by workload, but AI can minimize the workload.
Thank you so much. Let's check multimedia if Prof. Ndo is now sorted out. Is he still online? Prof. Ndo, let's try. Can you hear us now, or there's still a delay? Please unmute.
Yes, I'm still online.
Yes. Now we are moving closer to.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
What are your final thoughts?
Can I go on?
What are your final thoughts in terms of the future of AI in postgraduate supervision?
What I can say is that AI is here to stay. We need to embrace it, and we could see how best AI can assist us and fast track our M&D dissertations and theses. So what we need to do is to make sure that we work according to the research ethics and we obey all the rules and processes involved in research, so that AI may not at the end be part of academic disintegrity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. As I'm closing now, thank you so much, colleagues. What I heard from this roundtable, the key takeaways, and I think Prof. Ngubane, you then said, what is it that we can come out of this symposium? Prof. Ndo just confirmed that AI is here to stay, and he sort of corroborated Prof. Maseko in terms of let's embrace it, but at the same time, we also need support. And I'm now thinking out, much as we have introduced the AI academic integrity course for students, do we need it for staff? That's part of the question that I'm sort of leaving you with to think about and ponder on it. Also, the element of ethics. How do we balance ethics and innovation at the same time? Because like you indicated, Dr. Shabalala, in terms of how you are allowing your students to use it, but you also asked the question to then say, are we starting to see where students are able to declare and be transparent that this is how I have used it? But the question that I had in mind is just that we don't have time. Are we then asking them to do so? Are our processes, if I'm thinking in terms of our M&D processes, are we then asking them to demonstrate how they've used AI? Are they storing, the prompts so that we're able to look at those prompts to say, I've prompted it this way, this is how it has responded, and this is how is my final product. Perhaps then we need to rethink in terms of our research ethics procedures, especially around transparency. Prof. Laskin, you then sort of pointed into analytics part of it in terms of the nudging solution, to then say if we leverage the nudging solution, it can then assist us. Of course, there are other areas that we still need to think about as a university. And then the last part, you also now as an advocate for workload, is also to say how do we then leverage it? Yes, advocate for reducing workload. Yes, how do we then leverage it to reduce our workload? So, colleagues, those are sort of a critical questions that I'm sort of leaving you with. I don't know who's going to champion those as projects. I think from nudging point of view, Mr. Nzimande and his team are already working on that solution. But also, I think we then need to take all of this as part of the key initiatives that came out of the 2025 R&I, particularly from SEDU Symposium, so that next year when we come back, we should be able to reflect and say, last year we discussed this, how far are we with those? With that said, thank you so much for your audience, colleagues. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'm now handing over to you, Prof.
Maybe before they go, we didn't give the audience a chance. So if there's maybe one burning or two burning questions, we'll allow that just before we wrap up. So I've got Professor Munyai, I've got Prof at the back. There's a third and a fourth burning question. All right, let's do this. Let's compromise. What we'll do is we'll take these two, and Prof, if we could keep it as short as possible, and then we can squeeze in those two as well, and they can keep it as short as possible as well. Over to you, Prof. Munyai.
Thank you very much, Chair. Baholo, I'm going to direct this to the two gentlemen here. We've been having conversations which are very, very professional and interactive. In terms of nudging, is it possible for our system at UNISA to have a workflow when somebody is given the duty as an EC, that I, for instance, have the ability to do a workflow as a reminder to them, because sometimes we forget we are old, that now you can remind your examiner to submit, sometimes after 6 weeks, the NEC only remembers on the 7th week that they were supposed to get the reports the previous week. So is it possible that as a unit, you can create that type of workflow like we get when we approve stuff, that the office of the research head gets the ability and function to remind NECs in the college that it has been 3 weeks. Can we please check on your examiners? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you very much to the presenters. I was so happy to see Dr. Shabalala in the panel. And just to say, I am from the same department that she is at. The reason that I have this burning issue, colleagues, is to say, ever since in the morning, I got fascinated in terms of how AI was put into context. And at the same time, I started reflecting to say, part of my responsibility in the department where I am is to supervise students. And I was very happy to hear that it is possible for me as a supervisor to get data that would assist me so that I could know my student better. And at the same time, I was also challenged to say, how much do I understand the impact of AI to, especially myself as a supervisor? I'm going to give this scenario that over and above the responsibilities that I have is to make sure that I support the students that I supervise for M&D. And should it happen that maybe one of my students is leveraging technology to the best of his or her advantage and is leaving me behind, what do I do in that type of a situation? For an example, if it happens that the policy prescripts, for an example, for PhD, is that the student has to complete after 3 or 2 registrations. And it happens that the student completes his or her study within 1 year. Then it means from my side, I would be able to say the student was able to exploit technology to his or her advantage. It means what Dr. Shabalala was saying there, it means AI, it is possible for AI to provide benefit and that kind of an advantage. And at the same time, I was happy to also understand that there is a cohort supervision. And by cohort supervision, I also wanted to say, where do I feature in so that
the technology that is able to benefit students in my class, because they are varied. The students that I'm having are varied in terms of their expertise in technology. And now I am left with the following question to say, how much am I able to use this technology to benefit myself? And at the same time, are the policies for MND progressive enough to be also benefiting from the AI? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was a mouthful. Academics, we don't know what short means. Over to you, colleague.
Thank you very much. My name is Amkelani Ngwenya from HR College of Education. I want to check with the panelists whether or not the over-reliance of AI in an academia, will it not poses danger in the future of teaching and learning? Will it not create its own teachers, lecturers, or educators in the future? Can we still train more teachers in the presence of this AI? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof at the back.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nkosi Nathi Zongozi from the Institute for Open Distance Learning. I want to first thank everyone who participated today. It was indeed an insightful session. I've got one question, colleagues. When I first enrolled for my PhD, my supervisor told me about a concept of doctorateness, which is now the characteristics and qualities associated with doing a PhD and the individual who actually achieves that PhD. And the emphasis was more on the transformative nature of doing the PhD, the process, than the outcome. Because at the end of the day, we want people who will engage in high-level discussions so that they can solve problems that we face in society. So I want to pose this question to say, with the introduction of AI for doctoral studies for your postgrad, is now education still the same? Is it what it was meant for? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is Professor Mpumose from CIS Department. Because of time, let me commend Prof. Maseko of her presentation on cohort supervision style. I'm a fan of that style, but Prof, if I may check with you, students have got different needs. Some may be interested in a cohort supervision, but what about those who are not interested? How do you deal with that situation? How do you cover needs for those students? That's the first one. The second one, from my experience, most of the students do fight with supervisors, and there will be always conflicts. Prof, if you may advise, how do you deal with that situation where students fight with supervisors? Another last question directed to Dr. Shabalala. I'm the fan of Cite AI when I'm doing research, which helps me to identify different articles and make some summaries. If I may check with you, what advices do you give to students on how to use AI ethically? And what are suggested AI tools you can recommend? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Prof, for all your questions, colleagues. Let's do this. Instead of each one of you getting a chance at each of the questions, can I delegate of the questions to you? If I may, only if I may. All right. Maybe a better approach process could be that they decide who deals with what. So let me recap the questions. One has to do with critical thinking and AI in terms of supervision. And that goes with what are the high-level thinking skills that a postgraduate M&D student ought to have. Okay, then there is the cohort supervision thing, and again, this will create much debate, but I suppose, Prof. Maseko, you could again give some input there. Prof. Johnson, you also, and Dr. Shabalala. Then there is the issue in terms of how cohort supervision relates to personal preferences. In other words, students that insist that they would like to have some personal interaction with their supervision vis-a-vis the whole group collective approach. You guys can decide also which one to answer there. And then Prof. Munyai asked the team over here on learning analytics, is there an interface where we can track where NECs perhaps have forgotten, or perhaps there is a kind of a reminder, a workflow that you can remind NECs if they haven't stuck to the due dates. And then the last one is the site AI one. In terms of publications and research, how do you navigate this with students? And Prof, if there's a more succinct question, please, you can jump up if you want to. So, colleagues, those are the questions. Please decide which ones you'd like to engage with.
All right, I will engage with the last question. I believe that when applying in that application form, you have an opportunity as a student to choose who do you want to supervise you, meaning the time they allocate a supervisor to you, in most cases, is the supervisor that maybe you have approached to supervise you. So it might happen that there might be a conflict, but in my presentation I said you set rules day one before you start with the supervision. You lay rules. What are the expectations? What does the student expect from me, and what do I expect from the student? So building a relationship is also important, because you cannot work with someone that you don't get along with. There would be some instances where you don't agree with some of the things, but you need to work towards meeting mutual agreement. So with regards to the choice, I also indicated that I still do one-on-one. So the student has a choice whether you want to, it's not a force. And I indicated that I told my students that this is not a mandate from the university. This is my way of doing things. So being part of this is how I work. So they have a choice whether they want to be part of the cohort. If you are not part of the cohort, it doesn't mean I'm not going to supervise you. Still, one-on-one supervision is there. Even if you are part of the cohort, I still encourage them to do one-on-one, because remember, in cohort, it can be a group, but they cannot be in the same pace. Some are slow, some are fast. I even make an example to say, some of the students might be able to complete within 18 months. I cannot say you can't graduate, because your group is still maybe busy collecting data, whereas this one has completed. So we need to learn to use student-centered approach. So we move with the student. Those who are slow, still we provide the support that is needed. Those who are fast, you cannot delay them. Thank you.
I'd like to take the question on the... The mic is not on here. You can break just switch. Sorry about that. I'd like to take the question on the standards for doctorateness, because I do think that that sort of reassures me personally that these degrees will still be earned. And so yes, even I will grudgingly acknowledge that the AI is there, and I'll tell you that I use it. we've just, Prof. Enz and I, we've taken our prescribed reading lists for each study unit for the B.Ed honors. And AI has created a podcast, and it's super cool. Those things are like 15, 17 minutes max, and it summarizes the reading list per study unit. The students are loving it, okay? So there are things, but I think the reason why I'm cautious is because this thing has already gotten away from us. And I just think that I take a little bit of comfort in knowing that we are doing guidelines. I understand it won't be a policy. This is a rapidly changing space that we all need to sort of, strap in and go with this ride. It's rapidly evolving. And so all of us need to sort of have the presence of mind to now give this new challenge attention, So that concerns me. What we've been doing in the master's supervision is our first session is just getting to know the students. And I learned this from Prof. Enza. We should ask the student, tell us about yourself and what has brought you to this program. What has motivated you to select this? What do you hope to get from it? So students must be able to tell you, why have I chosen this program? The moment they can't tell you, the first warnings are already sort of going. But what we're seeing is the power of peer learning. So students don't listen to me, but they listen to Dr. Gauss. I don't know if it's because he's young and funky. And they don't listen to me, but they do tend to listen to one another. I feel like that. So we're bringing in like the PhD students who are doing well, who are, these guys are moving. And they can scaffold learning for the other students. And the online platform gives us the opportunity to create that interaction for the students. So, hey, this is all like ongoing experimentation. You have to be highly reflective on what you're doing and whether you're getting the maximum learning, and then constantly thinking about how you can change and improve. That's how I see it. But I like the standards for doctorateness because they sort of reassure me personally that these studies must be novel. These studies must be publishable. You can't just book and plug what Copilot gives you. You're going to have to engage and innovate. Yeah, all of us. And I'd like to think that in 10 years we'll all still be here. And that in 20 years, because we take it for granted. UNISA is now here for 150, is it 1 or 2 years? That we're going to see another 150. We don't have that assurance anymore. So that's my worry. Students are seriously asking us, what are you telling me that I can't get from Copilot? And that's on us. We all have to be, I think, operating at a higher level. Thank you.
Okay. I'll respond to Prof. Mpungos's question in terms of what my students usually use AI for. So like I mentioned that I advise them to use it for proofreading. Also in some instances for idea generation when it comes to writing literature reviews. We normally get feedback that, the literature review section does not really relate to what the student is supervising, is researching about, because mostly you find that our students, they just put subtitles or topics that they think fit, but not necessarily speak to what they are researching about, right? So I advise my students to use AI for that, because AI can actually tell you that when it comes to the discussion of your literature review, there's other sections that you can actually look into. Like Prof was saying, especially with the theoretical framework, that these are the theoretical frameworks that fit within the focus of your study, right? So one thing that I've seen with students that are doing education, they like to focus on behaviorism, constructivism theory, and so forth, even if it does not relate to their study. So AI, in my perspective and my experience, has helped me to actually also share other theories that students can use, even with the conceptual framework. AI has helped my students. I don't know about other people, but my students, it has helped them, because for my first master's student that I was supervising alone with nobody's assistance, I was able to get a pass, right? Why? Because I've learned to utilize AI in the best of my ability and the student. And again, some of the platforms that I've advised my students to use is LitMap. It helps with literature review. Your co-pilot, your site, your elicits, especially the paid versions, colleagues, they really do a lot of difference, because if you use the free versions, sometimes I remember when I started using chats, because it's important to also evaluate and assess the information that you are getting from AI. For me, if one gives me something or sends her work or even a paper that I see that our colleagues, others have published, but I'm able to see that this was written by AI, because I know how to assess the information that was found on AI. So those are the things that you teach your students, that be transparent with using AI. So that is why I'm open to my students using AI, because I want them to be comfortable and not try, to hide it that they're using AI if it's something wrong. No. So those are the things that we use with my students, and those applications that I've mentioned. And with ChatGPT, it's the paid version. I know that my students, some of them do not afford it, but I actually advocate for the paid version of ChatGPT, because it gives you even the sources that you can go read. That is why I'm saying, if you find information from AI, it does not mean that you do not read, because some of this paid version, they actually direct you to the relevant source where they took that information. So as a scholar, you go back to that source and read and see if this information was actually the correct information that you got. What AI does for you, it summarizes.
Doc,
So yes.
can we end there? Thank you. Can we give, colleagues, can we give our panel a round of applause, please? They have so much knowledge to say, but unfortunately we have run out of time. So thank you again for your time, colleagues. Let's give them another round of applause. You guys can kind of assemble here if you want, or you can sit here, that's fine. Because of time, we are going to skip over the question and answer, because our executive dean has another meeting to run to, and we want to take a few photos before everybody leaves. So sorry to Dr. Young-Welken and Keke. We'll consider you for our next program, 2026. Prof? Yes. Prof. Monyai? I'm now going to ask you to come and give a vote of thanks and kind of conclude our day this afternoon. And then I'd like to ask all those who in the second session gave some kind of address to come forward to take some pictures, please.
Colleagues, I request the Executive Dean and Prof. Munyai to please be here, and the photographer. We are Africans. Mr. Nzimande, we need you now. Just once, run. Yes, we are Africans, and part of us is to show appreciation. So may I request Mr. Nzimande to come and get something small, something very small. Prof, yes, I'm getting you take, then you go. No, just to take, then you go. Yeah. Give to Prof there. No, I'm not getting involved. Yeah. Yeah, there. Thank you so much. And then I request the Prof. Ntate Nzimande. Yes. I'm sorry, Ntate Nzimande, Nkosi yami. Angithi phela wangaphandle wena. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. There. Yeah. And then we request Ms. Mukhele to please come. Thank you so much. Colleagues, she's coming. Yes, the colleagues from Learning Analytics have actually sat with us the whole day. And I want to let you know what they've been doing. They've been actually collating our discussions to inform whatever developments that they had to do. So they didn't just come to talk, but they came to also collect data from us. So we really appreciate your time, colleagues, and we really appreciate your service. And as you know, we'll be collaborating with you. Then we request Professor Masego as our keynote. Thank you very much. Then we request Dr. Jano from the VP Teaching and Learning. Prof, you are always supporting us. And of course, I must tell you, he's our product. He used to be in the regional centers. And we taught him methodologies through IODL, and now he's a doctor. Thank you so much. Dr. Kelly Young Wilkin, thank you so much. Unfortunately, our keynote for the first session is in Uganda, so we can't give him anything, but we really appreciate his contribution. Mr. Ihu van der Walt, come and fetch it, one of you. Yeah, awesome. Okay, while he's walking, Professor Clasquin Johnson. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Professor Ndo from ECE is not here, so he's gonna get a virtual hug. Then, okay, you get for Ihu. Yeah, go get for Ihu. Yeah. Tebogo is gonna identify as Ihu. Then Dr. Shabalala from Teste. Are we done now? Colleagues, thank you so much for your contribution. And now I'll hand over to Prof. Munyai to do the vote of thanks. Thank you. And thank you, Prof. Makwe, for actually spending time with us.
Baholo, I've written a dissertation here. Kidding. It's my singular privilege, colleagues, to thank all of you here who have graced this occasion and made it a success that it has been. I want to acknowledge Maruna Orishino. Hey, Lena. I want to acknowledge Maruna Prof. Makwe for the wonderful welcome that she gave to us. We really felt home. As usual, she is very directional and focused, and we have benefited from her opening address. I personally acknowledge the well-oiled machinery comprising Prof. Ngubane and Peterson, our moderators or program directors for the day. Thank you for steering both sessions with insight and professionalism. I want to thank Prof. Sebagali's virtual keynote address from Makerere. I was there last year. I'm sure we met, although I might have forgotten, but I was there at their university. Like Idi Amin, you, Prof, were decisive and knowledgeable on AI matters. You know, Idi Amin was very clear. He knew. He carved his path. Prof Maseko, we spoke on email until we met today for the first time. I was embarrassed actually to meet her for the first time today, and she greeted me. I didn't know she was the keynote speaker. But I'm happy that she obliged and gave us a very powerful presentation. To me, you're not only a shrink, but a teacher. To all panelists, you were on fire. Big ups to all of you. And to my beautiful babies, KK and Dr. Yang, you really made me feel young with your pulse. On Thursday, there is another session at 12 on PDFs. It's going to be on fire. It will be held at the Senate Hall. I expect to see you with your vibey attendance as usual. Thank you very much, colleagues.